the end, do I?
Oh, you got a button.
Yeah.
Maybe just.
What am I missing? I'm missing.
It's a 60 kid ride. I don't see a bit closer.
Dane, Josh.
Should I just mute it?
Put me on the technicality. Welcome back, everyone. If someone doesn't get into the room pretty quickly, they're going to be excluded from the vote. Where are they? Well, if they're not here, it says 1:31 now. I said we'll be back at 1:30. We can drift for a minute or two.
1:30 on the thing. It's 1 minute past.
Yeah, but it's still 1:30. We're going to pass that time. They're not here. If I start proceedings, they're not allowed to vote. So we've still got one that can't vote if they're not sitting down damnably quick. I don't know. We'll be outside having a smoke.
I just see.
Crosty's there.
He's not there. He's not there.
In the staff room. Jane,
No, it's in the staff room.
is he in the staff room, Jane?
I know there's Bruce, but I'm trying to, when we get to some pedantic ones, and I've got to really, so Dean, just know, if I had started on time, I would have had to exclude you. No. Greg, there's Greg. I saw Greg. Good day, Greg. Do you have anything you wish to add to?
Your worship, we just had Jules and I just had a discussion, and it's quite rightly pointed out to me that we don't think we actually deal with this one at this point because it's a timing issue, and it goes to the heart of the way the rates were set was based on the debt, the amount of debt contribution we had when we started at 40-odd%. So this does include that same provision of debt in there, and so what we're suggesting is that that we might need to do this at the end and look at what those rates are going to be based on where we end up and what debt contribution is going to be. So
I'll need a motion that someone moves. I'll move that we move agenda item number 11 to
basically
at the end of the. You remind me, Julie, item 11. 11. So I move that we take agenda item number 11 out of sequence and move it to the end. Seconded, Councillor Graham. All those in favour? Those against. Super duper. We got rid of one. Bruce Graham seconded me, and everyone did it. Sorry, team. Right, staff submissions. Page 105. Steve.
Just we have this for it to be taken as read, your worship, and the way it's been written is to be looking at it one by one.
So, yep, that's what I'm going to do. Councillor Ludman.
Just one question. Will none of these be funded out of investment interest? I just see this question mark where some are funded by, so just checking on when will a decision on that needs to be made.
We'll make it because there's one. There's only one funded. Oh no, there's two. No, it's worse. So we'll do them individually. We'll take them as each case comes up. So I'm going to do them individually.
But we haven't actually agreed yet if we're going to use any investment interest. That's what I'm saying.
By doing it, didn't we have it that we're going to do it? We're going to do it by doing it.
That's okay. You're not making a separate. Often we've made a separate recommendation that we would put X amount of the investment interest.
I don't want to commit to what amount it is. It's just I don't know. What's everyone's thoughts?
Your worship, I suppose the point's made. We really should, you should be aware if you're going to have any investment surplus, if you're going to make yourself an option to use investment surplus. So I think that's a fair point. We've got a sequence further down for investment surplus. We can bring that forward, your worship.
Which one was it?
So the report number is, it had to be decided at some point anyway, and there's no difference in terms of what you'd be talking about. Page 159, number 17.
Okay then, I'll move that we move agenda item number 17 to be taken now. Someone please second that. seconded councillor Finch, so, and actually in doing so, saying I've gone to agenda item number 12, we'll have to adjourn that one and take it afterwards. So I'm moving number 17 forward and we leave on the table number 12. Seconded councillor Finch, all those in favour?
Aye.
Those against. So if we can move over to number 17, what page number was it, Steve?
159.
So I'll move that we receive the investment fund surplus report.
Hold on, Tip, we'll just let Julie catch up.
Sorry.
Oh, while she's doing that, we can still move number 1, councillor Finch. I'll second it. All those in favour? Those against. And now we move on to number 2, which is just saying that that's what's available. Someone prepared to move that? Councillor Ludeman, seconded councillor Finch. All those in favour?
Aye.
Those against? Yeah, number 3's.
You discussing it?
They're pretty operational ones. All they're saying is that is the balance. It's not saying what is the balance. They're
Just noting that that's the information. You can have questions on the report.
I have a question.
yeah, sure.
It says that what did it say? The surplus funds available were 2,240, and the net return was 4,300.
4 million.
4 million. And we've got 2 million. Is the rest in those other 3 items?
So we've already given 800,000 to go off rates, then we get the first 3% to keep relativity with the fund. That mopped it up. Is there another one? So we've already committed the rest, Kevin and
Right.
with the understanding that you always put something back in to keep relativity. So was it 3%, I think? Then the 800,000 always happens, the baseline. Councillor McAtamaney.
Yes, I struggle to see how the $4.1 million surplus in an account when you've made a $6.5 million withdrawal. When I'm looking at year to year. Anyway.
So that's a
I've
question.
been cheeky.
That's a question, but there's always a difference between, the withdrawals were equity withdrawals for reasons of different resolutions that were taken, and that. So that's one thing, and that's quite separate from what return the fund makes, and then what you have available, because that's what your policy says. Like if your policy said you can distribute funds for different purposes net of withdrawals, then you wouldn't have this, would you? But that's not what your policy says. And there was a reason why it said that. It was so that you had the ability to discretionarily, that's not a word, to have discretion to decide what you wanted to do with your funds that you make. And that's deliberately what your policy is about.
I said I was being cheeky.
Sorry, I just heard the question.
Okay, so Councillor Catalan.
Yes, so then a question for you, Your Worship, would be, so the current balance of, as of April 24, 25.51, I notice we've also got other commitments from previous community projects, etc., where there's been commitment from taking out of investment surpluses in previous years. If those left those books now, obviously will come out of that fund, so that's adjust that figure, 25.1, would that be right?
We'll let Greg answer one question there.
Thank you, Worship.
What page are you on, Dave?
So
160.
160.
I do have an update to that balance because we had.
Sorry, Greg, can you shout into it?
I do have an update to that balance because the May result came through after the agenda item was completed. So yeah, we actually had a gain of $115,859.05 during May. So the balance is now actually 25,624,042. So it is slightly higher than what it says in the report as of now.
Is that what you're?
Yeah, so Greg, the question is when we keep a balance on that fund, we've got pre-committed funds that will come out of investment surplus. They're sitting in that figure of 2564. Is that correct?
Yes, for the year.
Yeah.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah. So we've got pre-committed funds that if they get taken out in this next year, it will adjust that figure, isn't it?
That's right, it would reduce that.
So it's quite
Yep.
quite a bit lower than that.
So everyone realises over here, we've got those ones that we're just confirming, ones that we haven't triggered yet. Councillor Ledman.
But I'm just wanting for clarification. The total for distribution though is only the 2240, it's not the two,
Yep.
because we stop at 31st of March, don't we? For distribution, so doesn't matter what it's doing now, it's that 22.
I suppose it's comforting.
Yeah.
It's like a pacifier.
No, just clarifying,
Yep.
but it is there, yeah.
Thank you, Greg. So team, if we can, where, did we get down to number 3? Did we do? We did. Julie's saying yes. Yep, we've done number 3. So we're going to do the and/or, 4 or 5. What's everyone's thoughts?
Well, number 4 come up and do it.
So what's that, John?
Number 4 will be left open until we do all the decisions, won't it?
Well, and/or, if you read number 5, it says that as we do the decisions, we make the decision.
Just perhaps an explanation through your worship. The reason why we put number 4 in there was there was the possibility that you might decide, to return it all back into the account. I know that there might have been a councillor or two thinking along those lines, or you might decide to apply the funds to something other than making it available for the individual decision reports. You could do that. And so the point would be that if that was going to be the case, or you decided to proportionalise it and say, I'll put half back in the account to build it back up again, and make half available, you make that call now, and then you know what you're working with when you're doing your other decision. So that's why you would make that call. Otherwise, if you don't, and you just defer decisions, one assumes that you are just working off the 2.2 mil complete.
If I could have a sort of a hybrid one, that if we took option 5, but we got regular updates of how you've now used, because I haven't really got a figure in my head what I would like to see put forward to next year. I don't want to use it all, but then I want to be able to do case by case, on its own merits. But I don't know what that's going to work out with. I suspect we'll use every brass razoo something.
I suppose, your worship, and we will do that anyway. Sharon will keep a running total once we get into that. Absolutely, you'll see that. But I suppose the point you might want to consider is, if, for example, you just took a figure and said, well, we'll only have half of it, let's say 1.2 mil, you might need to bear that in mind, like prioritising in principle how you're getting there. Because when you get to say, let's say the community funding, and you'll see, X number of dollars of funding requests, and let's say you went for half and you spent a bit of it and all that sort of thing, you want to know, are you going to prioritise, or are you going to potentially say yes to everything or no to everything? So getting an understanding, I suppose, as to what the pot is first gives you an idea when you're looking ahead to those individual ones, that what possibly I'm assuming you don't want is you're getting to distribute quite a bit of it as you're getting halfway through, and then you realise that you're getting to the bottom and you've got nothing for anybody else, and you're only halfway through the agenda. That's all.
Yeah, so my preference for that one will be that we start with the maximum amount, and in the back of my head I'll be trying to save some for the end, but if I judge everything on merit, and at least we have, rather than stim myself off now, damn, if I hadn't done that, I could have given that project that I wanted to do the investment money. It's just too early in my books to be able to see where the amount is, but my underlying desire is to, on their merits, give where it's due, and hopefully there will be some left at the end. Kelly?
Yeah, I kind of agree with that sentiment, and I'd be keen to hit on when I'll start the ball rolling, perhaps applying up to say a maximum of say 1,800, 1,700 of investment funds toward to that.
1.7 million.
I mean,
Yeah.
sorry, 1.7 or 1.8 towards it, because that's still giving you wriggle room, and it doesn't mean that you have to go to that as you're going through. If you only got to 1.4 or 1.5, so be it.
So your intent will be to definitely commit 400,000 for next year.
Well, it's also giving an option to next year, or it's actually giving a little bit of wriggle room sometimes during the year. Sometimes we've used it previously, not as a, but it is quite handy to have there for a bit of wriggle room.
Councillor Catherwood.
With this discussion, I'll do an opposite of that scenario. And just put it out there that we've got the largest rate rise we've ever seen. Massive demand from the general public for us to achieve as least as possible rate rise. And I turned it on its head and put the whole surplus into the UAGC, so it's fairly spread across the district to create a rates decrease. Another spin on it, and that's what I'd be doing for the public, because that's what they've asked me to do.
So the whole 2,240,000 on the UAGC, everyone gets their share of the whack.
Yeah, but I just sort of, in saying that, I'd just like to ask, UAGC would be the fairest way to distribute across the whole district? Fair to say?
Yeah, so in answer to the question specifically, yes, it would be the fairest way,
yeah.
But in just to also advise what the consequences are, that which is always the case we've had when we've subsidised it, is that if you don't put another 2.2 million in next year,
Correct.
the rates will go up by 2.2 million in addition to what we already are proposing. So that is the unfortunate, like the rate subsidy at the moment out of investment surplus is 800,000, and we have to keep putting in 800,000 every year so that there's no change in the rates as a consequence of that subsidy. It still achieves a subsidy, but you've got to put it in every single year. If you put in 2.2 million this year, yes, you'll reduce rates this year, but you are missing that revenue in the rates that you needed, and you have to, budget's not changing, you have to find that 2.2 from rates next year. So I've always said that when we subsidise directly with cash to rates, you have to be careful about that in subsequent years because it has that reverse outcome as a consequence. That's why it's problematic.
Councillor Catherwood.
But then, so it'd be just it's a 1 year bonus, so wouldn't it? Regular examples, on your UAGC, Lawrence one, 599 paid this year, 713 is projected, 2.23.
So let's say it's 7%, 360, it's a little bit less, 6.5% or something like that.
Yeah.
If I could use it.
Yeah.
So let's say it would make a 6.5% reduction in rates in year one.
Mm-hmm.
If you do not provide another $2.2 million of revenue in year two, your rates will go up 6.5% without doing anything else in addition to what you contemplated. So whatever was proposed for the movement in year two, add 6.5%, and that's what would be the consequence. And the problem we've always found, and we used it to achieve 4%, like that was a thing that we did. What we did find with that, I've lost my train of thought now.
I'd agree with you, because I do play the ball that's in front of you next year, and we'll sort that out. But we already know next year is the biggest of the lot. It starts off at 24%. So I'm sort of hedging my bets that, I'd like to do it, but I wouldn't mind saving a bit, like Ellie said, because if we go coming flat on our investment account next year, which can always happen, we've got 24%, we've spent the mother load this year, so while I would normally agree with you with playing the ball, the 50 cent mixture doesn't hurt. Yes. Oh, sorry, I've got the seat to council as Sharon.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just from what Councillor Cathy Wood was saying, if I put really quickly the 2.2 million as a direct reduction of this year's rates, it drops them to 9.15, but next year's goes to 28.83. That's the impact. You need to do it again next year.
Have an investment.
I know I was going to say, Your Worship, and it was a point, because I've said it before, and you use 2.2 million of cash to do it. You never get it back, you just use cash to achieve that. And at the end of the day, you haven't achieved anything over 2 years. You've achieved something in 1 year, but you haven't achieved anything over 2 years, except spending 2.2 million in cash.
Councillor Ludeman, followed by Martin.
Thank you. I accept what Councillor Cathy was saying, and it would go across the UAGC. But then I'm looking further ahead as we go into this agenda, and how are we going to support all those community groups? That is how we've really supported them in the past, by funding from investment returns. And you could, I guess, we could sit and say, well, we fund nobody, and that's stopping our small communities growing, or our whole community growing. So the plus of the investment return that we've used in the past actually has been to support the community groups that otherwise we would actually have to say no to. So that's the investment return. I know it would be great to put it off the UAGC, but actually then we say no to every community group pretty much, because that's how we've funded them previously. It's just my comment and thought on the importance of the investment return, and why I brought it up that it needed, discussed, because we actually can't move on until we actually get to this point. So my comments.
Councillor Martin, followed by McAtamaney.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, my discussion points were going to be around very similar to Councillor Ludeman's. That first and foremost, we look at the community groups, and then at some of the community-led projects after that with these funds. That was all.
Councillor McAtamaney, followed by Barry.
In reply to Councillor Ludeman and Councillor Martin, as far as community groups go, we still have the option of paying them out through the UAGC or an alternative rate as against the investment surplus.
Councillor Barron, followed by South.
Through you, Sharon, the rating options, option one, year one was 47.5%. And if I got it correctly this morning when I asked about the 7.4 million, that took it down to 20.97. In year two, in option one, I went to 8.51 and 9.80. How does that? How come we're 8.51 and 9.8 in year two and 3 yet? When we put 7.4 and we get 20.97, then we go to 14.42 and 16.22.
Through you, Your Worship, I'm not sure what you mean by the 8 and the 9 numbers, but in the draft, we borrowed 7.4 in year one and we borrowed 4 million in year two. And then we borrowed nothing and then we repaid it in the following 3 years.
Please say that again.
In year one in the draft LTP, we borrowed the 7.4.
Hang on, I can't hear. In year one,
In the draft LTP, we borrowed 7.4 million. In year two, we borrowed 4 million to get it down to 15. And then in year three, we borrowed none. And then years 4, 5, and 6, we repaid it. But I'm not sure, I didn't quite understand the gross percentage.
so option one. Okay. Yeah, I don't understand it either.
I think through you, Your Worship, the issue is that we started off at 40, above 40%, and if we did no debt and we did the 41%, the revenue would be high, it'd be good, right? And that's why you need a lot reduced revenue in subsequent years, year two onwards, right? That's that line, right? There's no subsidy, there's no nothing, it's bang. Yeah. When we use debt to get it to 20%, it's a bit like actually we have to keep using debt in subsequent early years because the rates revenue still isn't achieving what needs to be achieved because we needed 40%, right? We were using debt, we're not actually getting rates revenue. And so we needed to get that rates revenue. We were smoothing it as a result. So what you're seeing in the years 2 and 3 still required, you couldn't do that with one hit of debt. You had to do that over a couple of years worth of debt. You had to keep putting debt in. So it was more than 7 mil. It was the first year, it was the second year. To be able to get revenue up to where it needed to be and catch up. And then after that, you had to start repaying the debt, which is in subsequent years, and you load that onto some of those lower rates rises. And so that's why it's not just a 1 year change. The debt solution is a multi-year change to try and smooth it because you can't get that revenue necessary in year 1.
So if you borrowed 7.4 million and went down to 20.97, took 1.7 million out of the total distribution available of 2.4, you get it down to 15% in year 1. Yeah. And then year 2 would be 14.42 and 16.32 because that cash you put in, you don't get it back, but it doesn't cost you anything. It's just straight money. And there's still 600,000 to be put back into what's the fund for the community.
And through your worship, Councillor Barron is exactly right, that would be an application of funds that isn't falling into the trap of the rate subsidy because you're simply reducing the amount of debt that you might decide to use. So that's not a rate subsidy option. It's just saying I'll use some of the cash to reduce the debt requirement that we would have had. And it doesn't do a lot in relation to the actual rates requirements and bits and pieces in that, but it doesn't. But it does reduce the total debt that you're using and things like that. So that's a valid use of the investment service.
The submitters would like.
So next one's me, then followed by Dan. So for me, there's a whole lot of fundamental principles that I'm trying to go back to, and there's a confusion. So every year, play the ball that's in front of you. The next year will fall into place. But I think at 24% starting for next year, it's just too dangerous to play at all. And also, especially for new councillors, know the trick. If we go UAGC, let's say there was the Belcluta, the Topoma car park. We'll put it on the UAGC. Everyone votes for it and doesn't work out that the cost it should have been 50% Belcluta ward, which is given to all the district, and there's a slight political manoeuvre there. So if you go UAGC, you've got to make sure that the project or whatever benefits the wider. So there is a danger to that. But I'm starting to warm to trying to appease and be pragmatic. Maybe it could be a 3-way, do a third what Kevin's saying, do a third what Ellie's saying, spend on the UAGC and push a third into next year. And it's a bit dithery, but at least it's given a bit to everything. Trying to stick to...
We're going to see this. I know Sharon's going to be working all night, but are these models going to be available?
Yes. But we make the decision now. If we were to do that, we sort of locked ourselves in, and that's why I'm a wee bit worried. But then we get over to here in a real logical, I should have really put that on an investment fund. Yeah. I can't, I've already stitched. So, but you roll your dice, make your call.
Yeah, I mean, like, nothing is 100% locked. Like, if you made an in-principle decision, which is resolution, did it your way, suggesting it divided by 3, and you came to the conclusion you needed another 100,000 or community, you can do that.
Change.
But you can do that because you know what you are playing with, right? So, it doesn't, until you complete your 2 days, you're not locked. So you have that ability. It just gives you that ability to test the waters on things. You can go back to that and say, hey, we want a little bit more, and just do a resolution to get a little bit more. It's there.
Councillor Catherwood.
And it's just what Steve said there. Why don't we just get back to page 185 and keep rocking it without having a figure?
Well, that is one option, that's what we've got. So let's, okay, we've rattled it. If Dane's the only way we can move on is to push a recommendation through. Councillor McAtamaney.
What I'll move recommendation 5 on, council defers decision on the application of the funds to the individual decision.
Okay. I need a seconder, please.
I'll second.
So we've got councillor McAtamaney moving, councillor Barron seconding. Any quick discussion on that, councillor Ludeman?
That's almost where we're at now.
Yeah,
That's why we're making this discussion. So to defer it, where are we deferring it to? Because we're actually at the stage now where we really need to make a decision. That would be my comment. Well, not a decision.
Every report we go through, we elapse.
That's the intent of the resolution, councillor, is that you just bearing it in mind when you're making a decision on the investment, on something that has investment surplus as a funding source.
That's fine. So you're not setting a cap, you're just letting it go.
And Sharon, you'll pretty much give us regular updates. Yep. So there's this cover there as well. Any further discussion? We know what the vote is. Put it to the vote. All those in favour, please raise your hands and say aye.
Aye.
Hold on. Got to remember, we've got to hold them high.
So just councillor Mackie hasn't put his hand up? Okay. Yep.
Brand, I only said it 3 times. I haven't had like that all the time. Righto, so that's unanimous. All those against, no one. Thank you for that, team. We go, oh, hold on. What page was that?
We now go back.
No, what page was that?
105.
No, the page that I'll just flick
159.
Sorry. If I don't put a scribble pen through it, I'll get 159. So we'll go back to page 105. Steve.
Fine. Bill, happy to take questions on the any parts of the report, and obviously you'll do it item by item.
Questions, team? Councillor Grant.
Yes, through you. The Kai Hall demolition, because it was caused by a fire, do we not have insurance to cover that?
Sure.
Through you, Your Worship, we discussed it at the time that we had stopped the insurance on that building because we wouldn't know intending to replace it. So there was no insurance, and we discussed that at the time.
Councillor Fudge, followed by.
The estimated outstanding balance at the end of 23-24 is 237. Why is it estimated?
Through you, Your Worship, as it's a negative balance, it accrues 3% interest. Like any positive balance accrues, like it gets credited interest, this gets debited interest.
And it's not the end of the financial year.
Yeah, so it's
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Catherwood, followed by Mackie.
Well, just to refresh my memory, there was a contingency to mould that building over. So that figure's not included in the 237?
no, this was the final cost after all of the asbestos recovery cost and demolition and everything like that.
So was it like 80,000 we put aside? So we spent 80, so it cost us like 300,000 bucks to clean that building up.
Cost a lot of asbestos, a lot of stuff got contaminated from asbestos from the fire. So there was quite a bit of cleanup cost with that. It's been sitting in there. If we look back for a couple of years, it's been sitting in there as a negative balance. We just thought it's time to get this sorted out rather than it. I'm not sure if the auditors are asking us questions, Sharon, but yeah, it does look a bit strange sitting there for the last couple of years.
Councillor Mackie, followed by Ludeman.
Number 2, the 80,000 for replanting.
So Brent, we're going 1, 2, 3. So we'll do kind, then we'll move on. So Councillor Ludeman, followed by Barron.
I kind of think we've got to tidy this up, and I would be recommending that we loan fund this through the UAGC annual rates.
Righto, so we'll keep that as a proposal. I'll go to Councillor Barron and promise I'll come back to you for a
That
recommendation.
might answer my question, but is the 237,000 not already in the long-term plan? It's additional.
Through you, Your Worship, it's a deficit in an account that hasn't been dealt with. So that's why we're flagging this as a.
So we need to find 237.
Clear that, yes.
So who's the next one? Councillor Barron, and then Councillor Martin, Councillor Herbert.
Through you, Mr. Chair, just so the hall was demoed in 2020. So it's sat there in this state the whole time.
No, we were halfway through demolition, so no insurance, start demolishing it. There's still 90% of the building there, and some beautification member put a match on it.
So it's been sitting there. When did the match get chucked in it?
2 weeks into 2020 or whatever.
2020. So it's been sitting in that
The
community.
account.
No, it's been cleaned up.
It's been cleaned up.
It's that beautiful park now.
Right.
Went somewhere, I went to Council Harrison.
Is there any funds available in the Tangier Hall Reserve Fund?
No, they were all used for the 80,000, and then the rest of the cost of that project was charged against that account, which is why it's ended up with a deficit.
Could I ask if this all happened today, nothing to do with us, where will we take the money from? Because UAGC seems a bit ginky to me. Probably loan funded. Where would we normally take it if a hall burnt down and we didn't have insurance?
We would normally fund it through our community facilities rate, but part of the process of demolishing the hall and contributing to the new hall in Kaitangata, council made the decision that any costs associated with that would not be directly on the Kaitangata community. So that was discussed at the time, which is why we haven't proposed that as a funding source for this cost.
Yet if you went through the UAGC, it would be put back on the Kaitangata. Yeah, but they'll still be paying. After you've made the statement, they wouldn't.
Well, it wasn't solely on the Kaitangata community. The community facilities rate is 50% on the community of interest and 50% over the UAGC. So, whereas this is 100% on the UAGC, it's like a grant to clear that.
So,
Okay, so Councillor Phelps, then I am coming to you, Elliot. I'm seeing you.
I think we just got to get this paid. Why don't we just pay it out of investment surplus, get it over and done with? I don't think it should go in the UAGC. It's history. It should be just dealt with. Move on. I know it's a lot of money, but still, why drag it out for another 20 years? This is my thoughts.
Okay, I'm going back to Ellie. Like promised.
Sorry, I don't support that. That's 237 out of a very small investment surplus. I don't support that, and I'd actually like to put a motion forward that we loan fund it through the UAGC.
Seconder, please.
I'm actually happy to second that.
Councillor Payne seconded. Discussion. There's no discussion. We'll put it to the vote. So hold your hands.
How many years?
I mean, I'm just trying to work out what it represents as a percentage, and it's only 0.7 or something. Is that be right?
Wee bit less.
Wee bit less than that. Yeah.
For how many years?
About 0.05.
0.05. Yeah, very little.
Approximately.
For how many years?
Yeah.
25%.
No.
If you were to put that into dollar terms, it would be.
It's minimal, but it has to be tidied up.
It's 20 cents.
It's the loan fund.
Yeah.
You're talking about the loan funding,
Yeah.
Yeah.
not the total amount. You're talking about the loan fund.
This would 237.
That's what it says there, down, the bullet point is loan funding through the and 25-year loan. So that is what I'm recommending, because that way it's minimal on the rates. I know it's over 25 years, but how else, you've got to clear it somehow, and how else are you going to do it? Because I don't, to take 237 out of your investment surplus, man, your investment surplus isn't going to last for long, is it? As we go through.
It's not going to last long.
No.
But yeah, you're right. So where do I go from there, John?
I'd actually like to see a bit of a hybrid model of the two, to be honest. I'm wondering about an amendment, but I kind of look at this as a whole. This was part of the new hall facility. It was taking down the old hall. So it's a real shame that it's not actually an option now, that we can't use the 50-50. That's the way every other community facility is funded. And that's part of the wider project of that new hall. I would be really keen if it was, I know Jules explained, it's just a pity we can't have that option.
So through you, Bishop, you could have that option. I think Jules is just simply explaining that had we done this when it should have happened at the time the deficit was created, and according to what council had agreed as to how it was to be addressed, then it should have been addressed the way that we're describing it, and it wouldn't have been addressed the way you're describing it. 2 years later, or whatever it is, how many years later, it's coming to you again. You can choose anything you want. We just highlighted to you that the Kotangata community and council had agreed a certain way of doing it. That's why we put those as the options. But at the end of the day, you could choose anything else you want.
And from memory, for councillors that weren't here, the community fair got active over at the old church. They did that up. They did quite a bit of fundraising. And what's the council going to do? So like, we'll take care of the old hall.
It's all part of the
Memory,
wider
that was sort of the discussion. So if there is no further discussion, we'll test it one way or the other. Everyone knows what we're voting on, and please hold your hands up at the start and keep them going, or Julie's going to start getting snaky.
UAGC.
We know what we're voting for.
This is funded, so.
Loan funded through the UAGC. All those in favour, please raise your hand and say aye.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 at the moment, Your Worship. Were you voting?
Those against, please raise your hands and say no.
No.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, Your Worship.
And one gutless person abstaining. Right. Oh, hold on, that means we've done nothing.
I'll
right.
move that we fund it 50% for the UAGC, 50% to the community concern. Wherever it's worded better with the
Through the community facility.
community facilities.
In order to give effect to that, you can just say it's funded through the Kotangata Community Facilities, right? Sharon, do we still have that? No, so we don't.
No, we don't, but what we do have, what you potentially could use is we have a community projects rate, and that's how we fund Project Bruce. You could put 50% of it to there, potentially.
Or it could be a grant or funded through the Kaitangata Parks and Reserves, which is funded exactly the same way. 50% UAGC, 50%.
That's fair, in my opinion, that's fair to the wider community.
So you're moving that?
Yep.
Need a seconder, please. Seconded, Councillor Phelps. Matter open for discussion. No discussion. Sorry, Dave.
Well, just clarify that. So how does that work? So park goes into parks and reserves.
So
Yeah, just.
if I could suggest, Your Worship, if we hold this one over, I'll have a quick chat with Sharon and we can work out the rates impact on that for the UAGC and the Kaitangata community, and we can bring you back to it at the end of the staff submission report. We can do that pretty quickly. That way you know what, because we haven't presented the rates impact here on that option. And that way you know that when you're making the decision.
I'll take that. I'll hold this one over. We'll still tidy it up when we get to number 8. If you can have it by then or sooner, Jules, that'd be great. And we will move on to Plantation Heights. Who is it? Steve, anything to add, or are we?
No, same thing, Your Worship. If there's any questions, they come through the team.
Councillor Barron, followed by Mackie.
Are any of these in the? No. They're all
These are Klingons.
Thank you.
Councillor Mackie.
Now, this is the second attempt to get this established there. Now, why don't you just plant it in pine trees?
I can answer that. There was the desire to have an aesthetically pleasing landscape. I think we might have been slightly optimistic with that as torrid, that area up there. It's been sprayed that many times. Then it's dry. If there's anything going to grow, it will be gorse. And that's what's proven to be the case. So it's at the point now where it'll be like your farm. Don't spray it. You won't have to worry about it in a few years' time because it'll be beyond the point of no return. They're getting quite chunky. I went for a walk up there the other day.
Well, you're going to have the same problem, aren't you? It's, like we're quite happy to have a lot of our farmland, pristine farmland planted in pine trees for carbon farming. So, it would be half the price, it would be a fraction of the price to 80,000.
So there was a hand there, Councillor Finch, then Councillor Campbell.
So I'm really concerned the re-establishment for the first year is $80,000. What percent will that add to the rates for a start? And then the ongoing maintenance of $20,000 per year. I don't like seeing weeds in that area terrible, but when we're trying to save money and save our rates, I wonder if we defer this for a year or two and then look at it when we have got through the worst of this ratings impact, because we had so many people saying, look at things that are essential, stick to your core services. And like I say, I don't want to see it looking messy, but this isn't a core service. I know it's our thing, we started it, we did it, so it's our issue, but to me, this is not essential that it gets done this year. I know your course is going to get a bit bigger, but look at the state it was in when we took it over, and it's far better now than what it was, and there are houses there. So my mind is leave it for the next couple of years and then look at it when we've got not such high rating impacts.
Councillor Catherwood, followed by Herbert.
I'm just actually quite happy with that idea. We just want to make a comment down home that we've got quite a wee core of some of our local residents that get out there and spray and plant and do it all on themselves as a community. They look after quite an extensive, large amount of gardens in Owaka, and it's done by our community. So I'd actually be quite happy to agree with Councillor Finch on that.
Councillor Herbert.
You wish I'd probably make the point for everybody before they forget, the development generated 71 sections paying rates that otherwise we didn't have, and you know that contribution just gone into the bigger pot around things. I just do make the point that is hand in hand with the development that we did do.
That was John, followed by Bruce.
Understand what's been said, and I agree in principle with what's been said by the councillors, but I would not agree with not spraying the gorse and broom for a year. You have to spray the gorse and broom. I have spent a lifetime spraying, and every year you miss, you get 5. Because that stuff seeds. So whatever we do with the planting is one thing, but we must get rid of that gorse and broom.
I am getting there, Donna, but I've got a sequence I've got to go through with the hands. Bruce, then Donna.
Through you, look, we're trying to encourage development, and that's the jewel in the crown. It's our real success, isn't it? We talk to people, and it's Plantation Heights, and yeah, why don't we just go out there, spray can, and put graffiti all over those things. Don't worry about it.
Donna, followed by Ken.
Thank you, and I know this isn't really my area, but just one comment I wanted to respond to in regards to letting the community do their own plantings. We really discourage members of the community to plant in our roading reserves because we have our underground infrastructure that can be impacted, and then if those people do move on, you have continued issues with that.
Yeah, so Donald, this would be more in the gullies and that, where I walked around and was looking. There's no services there. Gaynor, Ken, followed by Gaynor.
Thank you, Your Worship. So yeah, look, I live pretty close to this, and I look down on it.
You could do it.
So in my mind, this is an exemplar of our council developments. And there's just said 72 sections. If people are going to be buying more sections off, is this their expectation? That would be a real concern for their perception anyway of what they're going to end up like. As Councillor Herbert said, course doubles in size every year. Now, also I would note at this point that a lot of the gorse that's on those sections is on sections that have already been bought, and so there's some ownership that needs to go back to the people that own them. And further to that, the replanting has happened, I understand, because it's a very bony, dry bit of land with no water, and when we've planted this plants have no chance of survival at all, so water reticulation will be a necessity to make this happen.
Councillor Finch, Macatamanny South.
So I would be happy with the ongoing maintenance, so spraying once a year in the meantime, but to add the water into the re-establishment phase, that would add quite a bit more because you need your high rises to come out and spray and stuff. So to me, it's not setting it as to this is what's going to happen in all the subdivisions we're doing. To me, this is a year where people are struggling, and so are we, with the rates rises. And so, like I said, I'm a gardener. I don't like seeing things left like that. But for the reasons that I've already stated, that's why I wouldn't try and re-establish for a couple of years. Spray, yes, I'm quite happy to do that, and wipe out the gorse and the broom, but no more.
You said that last time.
No, I didn't. I said not to do anything.
Councillor McTammany was it?
Yeah.
I think. Then South, then Fouls.
Yeah, I was just a wee bit concerned by the wording when I seen qualified ecological contractor. When you're talking about spraying, I'm wondering whether if you're going to get rid of gorse and broom, there's only one way to do it. And the other comment there, prioritising fast-growing natives. From my experience, if you're planting dry ground, there's no such thing as a fast-growing variety. It takes patience.
So I can't, I went for a wander around it, and it is one of the hardest bits of turf you could get to grow. And like Ken said, a lot of them are already, and we probably have to hit up the owners, but we do have because I thought, could we just put a helicopter over there and just blap it? But we've already got some, and we possibly need to make a call. We could blap it, but we're going to blow out the wee few that are of shrubs that manage to survive. But I'm sort of again of we need to do what we have to do. We need to control the gorse, but this isn't the year for being an overachiever. Councillor Phelps, followed by Mark.
Thank you, Your Worship. I agree with what you just said, actually. I don't agree that we should spend 80 grand. I think we've actually spent quite a bit of money on replanting already, from my understanding. And I do support those, the maintenance, but not the replanting at this stage.
Councillor Martin.
Yeah, well, actually, Your Worship, Councillor Phelps just raised a good point. How much has been spent on this project to date? Secondly, the qualified ecological contractor, that is quite horrifying, and the ongoing maintenance of $20,000 per year. So I know it's a staff submission, so who's actually proposing to be the project lead on this? Will they deliver on time, and will they deliver within budget?
So through you, Your Worship, this proposal comes from Stacey Ferguson, a green space supervisor, and he has been working with the contractor and looking at what maintenance they can do on the site. I can't confirm what we've spent on it to date, but this is a proposal from Stacey to address an outstanding issue.
Councillor Ludman.
Thank you. I'd actually like to congratulate Stacey for bringing this forward, because it does need tidied up. I believe there were mistakes made when it was planted, but we can't look back. And actually, it's showing how we present a subdivision if we can't finish it off properly. I believe it was our mistake in the beginning because the watering to the plants wasn't there, and so how could they survive? It absolutely needs tidied up. The gorse spraying needs done, and then as far as planting, well, I guess that has to be looked at once the gorse is cleaned up. But how can we not tidy it up? How can we walk away from it? Maybe we only do minimal replanting at this stage, because, but I just don't see that we can walk away and leave it the way it is. This is an entrance to our new subdivision, and here we are looking at putting another subdivision on the market, and buyers going there, they're going to go and look at our preview and say, oh, well, they can't even tidy up the green space around that subdivision. It's not really sending a good message to those that are looking at buying an new subdivision. But I do say, be careful about what you plant, because honestly, they need watering here in the summers that we're getting now, but definitely tidy up the gorse and then look carefully. But I think Stacey's shown what a great job he's doing around our gardens in the district, and I have great faith in that he'll oversee this suitably.
So I'm looking for an epiphany moment or a recommendation.
Well, before the epiphany, Your Worship, just the ongoing maintenance can be separated from the re-establishment phase. If we look at the total project, we've banked all the proceeds from the project, and we did the second phase. That's all banked, and so Plantation Heights per se as a project has been closed off. But the profit from that, and it was a profit, and I can't give you the figure of the profit, but it was a profit, has been banked. right? So the bank will be sitting in the investment surplus, not sitting there saying Plantation Heights profit. It'll just be been returned, right? Now, we can, Greg could go back and find what that figure is, but it would be more than $80,000 that was returned from that particular things. On the other hand, we are making a loss, and we knew we were making a loss from Rosebank Industrial. Okay, and so, bigger picture, you've got those offsets, but I'm just saying in terms of that project, if you're talking re-establishment, one could argue that actually is part of the capital part of the works, which hasn't completed, because you've got a re-establishment, and therefore there's a logical argument to suggest that you could use the investment surplus for that establishment, if that's what you wanted to do. You don't have to.
So I'm looking for a recommendation. Councillor Finch, recommendation.
So before I do that, we never agreed.
Hold on, stop. If it's not a recommendation, that's a third whack at it, so I'm going to go to Councillor Graham. Or you consider, so I'll go to Councillor Graham.
No, it's a recommendation.
No, please. I just remembered that Councillor Graham was ahead of you, so I'm going to Councillor Graham. I'll give you a moment.
Oh, we
The other Bruce.
Ah, God.
What an insult.
Thank you, Your Worship. I haven't spoken on this before at all. I haven't had any part of the discussion. Now that we've got a staff member who's able to advise us on this, or supervise something like this, I have a lot more confidence that this can be, re-establishment can be done in that area here. And I think we've been poorly advised by our external contractors in the past, and staff, we haven't had the staff with the experience or the time to supervise what was done there in the past, and so we haven't been able to maintain that. So I would push for actually completing this and using investment surplus for the $80,000, or perhaps some lesser figure, to complete that, rather than having an impact on ratepayers directly to do that. So that's where I would like to go with that. And I don't know if you want to take a read.
I'm going to go specifically for a recommendation, nothing else but a recommendation.
So is it my turn?
Yes, specifically for a recommendation.
Thank you. I recommend that we do the spraying only maintenance to remove the gorse and the broom, and we do not do the re-establishment for at least 2 years, so we leave out the 80,000. That was never part of the original conditions of the subdivision that we planted out, so that has nothing to do with it. We had no conditions for doing that. I'd like to see it tidied up, but not planted out.
So we have a recommendation, which I can see that number 3 has morphed into number 2.
Is this a recommendation or a motion?
Oh, it's a motion.
And yeah, the motion is.
Yeah, it's definitely
Number
a
3.
motion.
So she's saying that we obliterate number 2 and we only do number 3.
No, number 3, and we approve the 20,000 operating costs.
Under
4, sorry, yeah, 3's out.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
3's
So-
out, 80,000, we're not spending $80,000.
Let's decline.
Yes. Right.
So everyone understands, I said obliterate number, so it's obliterate number 3 and only do number 4.
Can we do one?
Decline.
Read out.
Decline.
Yeah, obliterate,
Decline.
gone, and only doing the 20.
Can we do one at a time, please, Your Worship?
Yeah, and I can see why she's done it, but that's why I tried to drag the 2 together by saying we've obliterated number 3 and only doing number 4. But we probably really have to do number 3 again. because
Yes,
we
so
haven't
I said
discussed it.
decline for number 3.
Okay, so
Actually
specifically
said
on number 3, the
Decline.
motion is that we decline it. Do I have a second? Seconded Councillor Phelps. Is there some very quick discussion on it?
And for number 4.
Hold on a minute, we're not going to number 4, because that's what tipped us into that before. So we're specifically only voting on 3. Please hold your hands high for Julie. All those in favour, please raise your hands.
I'm just trying to get, sorry, I'm not with the motion, I've lost the motion.
Decline.
So go to number 3, decline Ken. We can't do number 4 because we're only working on number 3. We are declining number 3, right at the critical point of the hands up, please.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Where was 10? Yeah. Okay. And then those against, please raise your hands.
1, 2, 3, 4.
It was 4. Let's keep them up. It's not fair on Julie and it's hard going on the vote.
It's 5. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Then,
Right, we now move on to, sorry guys, but it's real hard for Julie when you think whack and I'm seeing hands like this, I can see when she's having trouble. We hold them high and we keep them there. We now move on to number 4, matters open for discussion, and we're going to do it a whole lot quicker than number 3.
Right, to move it along, then I will actually move the motion. That is that council approves the $20,000 per annum operating cost, Plantation Heights Green Space area, and this is through the green space, Alclutha Green Space.
Parks and Reserves.
Your Parks and Reserves.
Is that where you were going, Gaynor? So you're seconding it?
yes, thank you.
Any discussion?
Well, yeah, first of all, we should have some questions regarding 4, because we've been dealing with 3 to start with. So if we're now no longer maintaining plants per annum, I'm no spraying contractor, not a farmer. There's a 20,000 to keep this under control until such period that the economy and maybe our things in better shape where we do plant. Is 20,000 too much to maintain and spray that area? You know, 20,000 cost of the Parks and Reserves. It would be, I mean, I don't know, but we were just going to spend 20 to maintain plants, get water to it and all that sort of carry on. Now we're just going in there and zapping it. You know, I don't know. It's a question that I'd like to answer.
Good question.
Someone have a clue for
Someone have an answer?
How big is it?
But we wouldn't spend over what we need to spray it anyway, would we? So it's up to 20,000.
Kenny might have actually done some of the gullies.
Well, I'm not, the spraying for sure got to be done.
Yeah.
But look, I don't know, ballpark, $5 grand, I don't know.
Yeah,
But contrary to what Councillor Finch said earlier on about us not having the planting and that there, we designed a track, a walking track all the way around it to be planted out with natives all the way around it. And there are natives in that are growing today that if left to go wild will disappear. Oh, they'll get covered in gorse and they'll get overgrown. I just don't know how you're going to, yeah, it's a big one. I think $20,000 is a good figure.
So I'm going to go to Dane, then I'm going to go to Ali, and then we're going to.
No, so I'm sort of asking the question I've got. Just that we're not planting, we've made that decision. Same area we're talking about. The motion's been put with a figure of 20,000 per annum.
No.
Yes, the motion's been put forward, 20,000 per annum. We're only going to be spraying. Are we overcooking it into the Alclutha Parks and Reserves?
Jason can answer that question, Your Worship.
Yeah.
Jason.
Thank you.
Yes, so the maintenance overall was taken into consideration the 80,000 investment and 20,000 will sustain the maintenance going forward. The maintenance going forward without the 80,000 investment wouldn't just be spraying, it would be the maintenance of the site in general, which include everything from removal of pest plants where they need to be removed, the maintenance and the upkeep of any existing plants that are there. So we would have to go back and quantify. I think $20,000 is quite reasonable for the size of the site. Obviously, with the 80,000, it would be the maintenance would go down as the site become more established. But I think if you were making a decision about the 20,000, I think that would be a fair amount of money to invest in that site for the next few years till you made a decision on when you would like to reinstate some of the plants there.
Good answer. Thank you. So I'm going to go Councillor Ludeman, Martin.
Well, I'm am in favour of the 20,000 per annum staying there for obviously ongoing maintenance as well as the gorse spraying. And then, it may give the opportunity for new plants occasionally to be put in. I don't know, it may not, but actually gives it's giving some funding for that project to be tidied up as the Stacey sees necessary.
Councillor Martin Payne.
I just want to have one more shot, thank you.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Martin.
You've had your shot.
Yeah, no, I know.
Through your worship,
Thinking about.
this report is changing shape. The more you talk about it, now we've got the walking tracks just appeared.
Always been.
Yeah, but who else in the room knew that? Yeah, all you existing councillors. So all of a sudden it's taken a new shape.
You should have arranged a meeting in Belclutha, John.
Yeah. You had your opportunity to do exactly the same. And this is the issue. It is changing shape. So now we've got a walking track. To me, changes the whole dynamics of it. You've got a walking track that could be in a native plantation right beside a subdivision. Like, come on, guys, let's get your act together here.
Well, there was only one person so far who didn't know. We can only do our own due diligence.
Councillor McAtamney, did you know? I didn't know. So eat your hat.
No,
This is a joke. This is honestly a joke.
It's part of the due diligence.
We're going to spray, John.
Councillor Payne.
No, that's what we want to ask you. But anyway, look, I maybe we should change the wording of this, that we approve up to $20,000. That's the first part of that. And secondly, I'd like to also know what we're going to do with the people that own the sections and how we're going to approach that. How we get their buy-in to get them to do theirs at the same
Legally,
time.
they got to.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's it. So that could be negotiated. It makes sense to get it all done at the same time rather than do it in patchwork. So there needs to be a bit of a plan added.
Just do it and put it on your account, send them an account for it.
Councillor Herbert, and then we've got to bring this to a head.
My memory serves me, ORC rules state that if you've got gorse clear on your side of the fence for 50 metres, they have to give it back 10 on their side.
And bearing in mind, these people won't know that. So,
well, that's ignorance is no defence.
Right, team, I'm looking for recommendations. Oh, we've got it.
Yes.
So I'm looking to push a vote. But what, are we standing for, have you got, sorry, did you want to say something? No? So if there's nothing else, we're pushing it to a vote, and for goodness sake, team, this time, until Julie gives the all clear, the hands stay up. So,
Motion, please.
the motion was,
that council approve up to $20,000 per annum operating costs for the Plantation Heights green space areas for ongoing maintenance, and that this is funded through the Belclutha Green Space Parks and Reserves.
okay, so hold them high, team, all those in favour, raise your hands, say aye, please.
Aye.
Unanimous.
I like the
Righto. Chair's made a change in tack. We're now down to number 5 after half a day. So
Go back to the hall now.
we can go back to the hall, and when we go, oh, sorry, where was the hall? That was the hall, first one. So guys, what we're going to do is, in questions, you can ask the questions that you want, but in discussion, you have one crack at it.
So, Your Worship, the question was, we were providing you information about what the rates impact would be. So, when we've looked at how Kaitangata's community facilities are rated, they are part of the lower Clutha rating area. So, the 50% that's paid locally will be on the lower Clutha rating area, and the other 50% will be on the UAGC. The rates impact of paying that over a 25-year loan, including GST, is 90 cents on the UAGC and $3.06 on the lower Clutha rating area.
Okay, everyone quite clear, so everyone happy to go back now? Do we have a mover and a seconder on that number 1 or that number 2?
I'm happy to move that
Herbert and Phelps have already done it. So Herbert and Phelps read it out. Julie, just so that we refresh the
We can
memory.
confirm that council confirmed funding of $237,000 to clear the outstanding balance from the Kaitangata Hall demolition, and this is funded through, and that's where we got to.
Funded by a loan.
50-50.
A loan on the lower Clutha facilities rating.
So everyone quite clear what we're voting on? And Julie's just said, hang on. Follow the leader. We're done. So everyone quite clear what we're voting on? Once again, could everyone please, all those in favour, please raise your hand and say aye. Have we got a nominous? No, we haven't. Kevin, if you're up still.
So it just counts.
Dane, are you up?
Yeah.
You're up.
We go down there?
Yeah, and then those against? Councillor Graham, right now. Number 5,
What did you want?
green space and the like. Steve, do you have anything you want to add to that one?
Again,
Oh.
Worship, I think we've got a green space supervisor that we've been having before, and we're getting, valid suggestions, but again, it's up to council where they want to go.
Questions for Steve or Jules or anyone?
I was just going to say, this is further to Jason's report where he said we're over budget. So this has got some specific areas where we're over budget and by how much, and some suggested increases in budget.
So questions for the team, Councillor Martin, followed by Funk.
Through you, Mr. Chair, to Jason, is it? We're asking the questions, or? Jason, I see here you've got a statement here with the contractor and work's being carried out. Like, I'm just using Lawrence for an example. Your current green space budget was $4,000, and the year to date is 26K. How can it be 4K for a 12-month period? And we see right-on mowers up there every week.
It's non-routine.
This is non-routine.
So through you, your worship.
So where does 46K, like the big jump?
So through you, your worship, when we let the green space contract, we had $20,000, $30,000, $40,000 in our non-routine budgets. We cut them back because we needed to cut the rates back. However, there's been essential work that's had to be done, like clearing trees from power lines and those sorts of things. If you have broken things in your green space areas, you have to go and fix them. So this is specifically the non-routine budgets, not the routine budgets. This is the reactive work where something happens and we have to go and deal with it.
So how much did you cut?
A lot.
And why did you do that? Just to offset the rates increases to keep it at a 4% rates cap. And there's a consequence that you've got untidy, deplatulated bloody green spaces. Hair falling apart.
That was the trade-off.
Well, there you got here goes the result of your trade-off. Really good thinking. I'll have some more sugar, please.
Give them double. Councillor Phelps.
Mikey. You finished, Mr. Martin? Just for the chair, can I just ask, is this a one-off cost or is it?
No. Through your worship, we're asking for these to be adjusted to this level to hopefully be sustainable going forward. And just to be clear, the requested 40K is not additional 40K, it's to increase the current budget from 10 to 40. So it's 30,000. Like for that first one for Milton, for example, it's an additional 30,000.
So do we know the impact rate was?
Yep. The total impact rate rise is because it's operating cost and the total of those requests is 130K, it's about 0.3% of rates. If 370,000 is your 1% of rates.
Councillor Payne.
Thank you, Worship. Firstly, I want to congratulate Jason. Look, the green space has been fantastic the last 18 months to 2 years. Outstanding, notable difference. I believe this is a core service, and I'm asking the question that everyone else around this table is thinking it is too. And I'll be right behind this all the way because just of the improvements we're seeing, Jason. It's a personal acknowledgement to you and your team. It's huge, and I'll be supporting them all the way.
Thank you very much.
At this point, all the accolades to Stacey, I don't think for a few months. So very much for Stacey.
Can I just get it right in my head? Cemetery and green space comes out of the cemeteries and public toilets come out of the UAGC. The green space comes out of the green space account. Is that funded by the UAGC?
So
are all three from the same funding?
No, they're all quite slightly different. So green space is funded 50% from the UAGC, 50% from the community of interest. Cemeteries are funded solely from the UAGC, aren't they, Sharon? And public toilets are a bit of a mix because we've got a capital rate for public toilets as well as a component in the UAGC. And we had to do that to stay within our 30% cap.
Councillor Catherwood, Ludeman, Kennedy.
Probably a couple of questions. Jason, I see we don't have Balclutha green space. I see we don't have Owerka green space. We don't have Papatoai or Owerka. Are there current budgets or and what about, so Balclutha, what is its current budget for non-routine? There's obviously no request.
I could probably answer that. Most of those other ones, they were roughly either there or thereabouts of what the budgets were or under budget. I think Balclutha was slightly over, but Balclutha was 80K, so it's a lot higher than these. And there was a reason why it was over this year as well, which could be offset from other costs. So we've gone through and looked at the ones where they're significantly under and are likely to be over on a regular basis, and that's these recommendations.
Look, so yeah, fair enough. I still would like to know, so what is the Balclutha green space current non-routine maintenance budget currently? So it's 80.
I'll double check.
And year to date was 80, is that what you're saying?
No, it's a bit more than 80, but just double check.
Okay. And the next question would be then, to get answered, is for Owerka, there's no specific non-routine maintenance, or you're saying it falls under rural?
No, sorry. Owerka has its own specific one, but the likes of Papatoai, Punawea, and those other smaller communities fall under a single rural green space.
Okay, and the current budget for Owerka then?
Sharon might beat me to it. Owerka non-routine. Parks and reserves.
Could I suggest that you can get back to your smoker? Is it going to be fundamental to your vote?
Well, it is really, because...
So Sharon, hit us with it. Sorry, team, let's have Sharon. Yo.
Oh, what, 7,000?
7.
KP?
KP is
pretty low.
5,000.
Does Kai have one?
Where?
No.
Yeah,
Kaitangata, 11,000.
We're not worried about it.
11,000 Kaitangata. So I'm moving on to Councillor Ludeman Kennedy.
Well, I mean, I actually support this. We've got to do it. We cut back and we get the contract out. Would you take a recommendation from me?
I'm going to go to first time flyer over here first. I'll come back, but in fairness to Michelle.
Yeah, I'm happy for it to go ahead, and yeah, thanks to Stacey and his great work in the area. My concern, I know this is non-routine, and it's probably Tapanui Cemetery that's taking that money, but we have a lot of communities out there that are doing their own gardens and that. So if that falls down, are our green spaces able to pick them up?
Through your worship, only if there's an increase in budget. Is it not being funded currently? That's what I'm just putting out there. There's a lot of communities, rural communities that do their own gardens, so they don't actually even come into the budget.
So I'm now going to go back to Councillor Ludeman for hopefully a recommendation.
I'd like to recommend funding on ongoing operating costs of 130.4K rates through the various green space, cemetery and public toilet funding areas.
So Councillor Herbert got there first, I think. Do we have any further discussion? So you realise that it's going out of it?
Yeah. From where? From the third one down, from the various funding areas that they relate to.
So allocated to green space cemeteries. So any further discussion before we hit the votes? Councillor Martin.
Just in relation, your worship, to Councillor Payne's comments about the amazing work they're doing down here in Clutha. When they do get time, please send them our way. Councillor Payne.
Right, let's focus in. Councillor Catherwood.
Okay, so just to clarify, it's 50% UAGC, 50%.
One of them
is reserves, isn't it?
For the parks and reserves.
For the parks and reserves, okay. So we're going from, Milton had 10 and they're going up 30 grand. Lawrence was 4, they're going up 16 grand. Tepanui was 5.6 and it's going up 4.4. Waihola was 3, it's going up 5. So I can't vote for this. I'll be voting against this recommendation because I see that the communities that I represent are getting left behind with no extra budget for their reserves. So I can't approve that budget because there's nothing for other communities in our district. And I thought we were here to look after our district.
Right, Councillor Finch, followed by Mackie, followed by Grant.
So can I just ask a question of the staff? These contracts depend on how many parks and reserves that are there to be looked after and mowed, are they not?
So the contracts are based on a specification of the stated areas that need to be maintained at a quantity, yes. There's a quantity rate in the contract.
So are those areas that Council Catherwood is saying about, do they have a lot lower parks and reserves and grass area to be maintained?
I'd have to find out for you. So I wouldn't know.
This is non-routine budget.
It's non-routine budget.
Separate.
Oh, that's right, sorry.
The issue, the question is if we didn't put it up, it was because those particular budgets weren't blowing. So the thing that council is asking us for is, do we put budgets there for the sake of budgets? No, we've suggested budgets where the budgets weren't okay. So he talks about Owaka and other places, but the budgets weren't exceeded, so we didn't suggest it goes up. That's all.
Councillor Mackie, followed by Graham, followed by Barron.
You know, Clinton runs its own cemetery and we get 2,500 a year. What other money do we get for air green space?
If I could bring Jim up to Jules, would you know that?
It's non-routine though.
Not off the top of my head, it's been agreed as per the mowing areas that are available on our maps and bits and pieces, so. And we give a grant to the combined sports bodies in Clinton, and they mow their own fields, those sorts of things, so.
We're off non-routine though.
I know.
So just an answer, councillor. Boom maintenance, $2,000. Non-routine maintenance, $4,000. Operating grant, $5,400. Routine maintenance, $12,000. That's Clinton.
So Tim, we've got to remember non-routine. We're going to Councillor Graham, then we're going to Councillor Barron, and then we're going to vote.
Yeah, through you, mine was a response to Councillor Catherwood's that if they weren't requesting an increase, it wasn't required. So there wasn't a need.
There's never enough.
Councillor Barron.
My response to Councillor Catherwood's was because I understand that the main park and playground and toilet area in the Wacker is looked after by Mrs. Hunter. She does all the gardening work.
Well, there's a lot of people that contribute.
Yeah, and others contribute. So the non-routine work will be tidied up by the people in the Wacker.
Oh, that's all. Councillor Payne, and then I've got to go on a search of a second.
I also had a response to Councillor Catherwood, and I look at it and I go, look, the bulk of this funding is going to cemeteries and public toilets. I'm sure Waka has a public toilet and a cemetery down there. And so to say that you're not getting any of this money would be totally incorrect.
Right, okay.
Representative of the community.
What I need is, I've got to move them, but I haven't done a second. You're having a second.
Hang on. Sorry.
So, she's never wrong, John.
Absolutely.
You didn't do it. You thought you'd done it, but you didn't. So I've got to move in a second. Do we know what we're voting on, do we? We live in hope. So this time, hold them high. All those in favour, please raise your hand. Say aye.
Aye. Everybody except Councillors Catherwood and Barron, you wish?
And Mac. Sorry. All right, down they go. And then those against?
Councillor Cathwood, Matthew and Barrett.
Thank you. Now, I reckon there's an easy one here, so this will take only about an hour. But, we're going to go to number 6 and just see whether we can get a name change. I'm not going to ask questions or anything. I'm really looking forward to dumping it straight to a recommendation from Councillor Finch.
Option 1B, update name to curbside collection rates.
Seconded Councillor Phelps. Any further, any discussion? Well done, team, we did it. All those in favour?
Aye.
Aye. All those against?
Oh, no, sorry.
Now, those that abstain then? No, it was everyone other than Dane, and then they got their... That's an aye, so we'll call it unanimously slow. Right out. Yeah, it was. The next one, I reckon we could tidy this up by 3 o'clock, so I'm going to push it. The next one, Tyree Mouth, the guys pay a lease.
Okay.
They want something back. So moved, Councillor Finch. Do I have a second? Seconded, Councillor Phelps, either in unison.
And
They're like a dancing team.
I'm just saying, this has probably come up because one of the residents down there had a tractor and a mower and he did a lot of the maintenance, and I don't think he's been doing it so much now.
Right, so everyone knows what we're doing. Let's just put some structure around it. Done.
I'm just wondering, it's to do with, obviously, green space, is it the correct funding spot for it? Is it not easier sort of earmarking it out of a rental return?
But through you, Bishop, it's not necessarily green space as such, because it's like areas around the properties. That's why we've identified that there is some green space stuff that is funded from rural parks and reserves, but that's the domain area, which is a communal bit of land. But we're talking about areas around the properties that are leased, like bits of road reserve and things like that.
So, have we got to move in a second there?
Yes.
Well done, we're flying. So, any further questions? Put to the vote. All those in favour, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Those against, that was unanimous. Now we're going to hit the final one in a flying leap. Water kill, God, this could take any minute. Staff, do you have anything to add to that bit that you want?
The only thing I will add is that there is 2 other additional systems that have been put through the rural water scheme budget. So these are the ones that aren't specifically rural water schemes. Happy to take any questions.
Questions, Tim? Councillor Herbert?
So what is the actual powdered coagulant or liquid coagulant, Jules? Is it the aluminium?
It's poly, which is, are using that in a powdered form at the moment, but then the operators make up their own batches, so they need slightly different concentrations of chemical. So that's why the recommendation is it's delivered liquid. And what also comes with that is the streaming current control system, which we've trialled at Stirling, and that can adjust the dosage outside of the time the operator's there to try and react and give us a bit more time before the water goes out of spec, which would be a lot more reliable. It has proved that way in Stirling anyway, just where it's controlled.
No further questions, matter open for discussion. Councillor Graham.
Through you, I think it's a small price to pay if it helps us be compliant, really.
Are you moving in that direction? Yes, no hands flying up here. Right, I have one question, then going back to Bruce, didn't quite work.
Yeah. So 51,000 per annum for change. So it's ongoing forever. So how has that created more expense to operate something that's
so
automatic?
We're moving from a powdered chemical to a liquid chemical. So there's a higher chemical cost because it's got to be trucked, liquid form and delivered. So we've looked at our current chemical costs and we've estimated it'll be the shift to the liquid chemical, it'll be $17,000 per plant per annum to pay for the higher chemical cost. The equipment and the streaming current and all that comes as part of the package of changing to the liquid system. So it's an ongoing operating cost rather than a one-off cost with higher chemical costs.
Less labour or same labour?
Same. The operator's still got to go to the plants and adjust, but it just means it works better in between plant visits.
Councillor Payne, and then I'm going back to Councillor Graham for his.
Thank you, Worship. I might have missed this, I'm not sure, but total cost 85K per annum. 85 is 5 plants, isn't it?
Yep. There's 2 lots have gone through the rural water schemes, and then the balance is the 51. Through the rural, so,
Oh, is it? Oh, so 2 are already on.
they're already through the rural water scheme submission. So the ones that aren't in the rural water scheme submissions have been included in this, because they're for the urban/semi-urban, which is quite.
I'm going back to councillor Graham for a recommendation. So you approve? That one, yeah, so, one, second by councillor Herbert. Any further discussion? If not, to the vote. All those in favour?
Aye. Councillor Kethwood.
I'm gonna get an electric shock.
Everybody.
Everyone, so that, right, we've absolutely flown through that. So if we can come back, and I will quite literally start at 3:20, because we've got to try and push it along, because unfortunately Sculpt realised Just so that you know, out of sequence for the agenda. After finishing item 13, we move to items 16 and 17. Can I have a seconder, please?
So moved.
Move, councillor Payne. All those in favour?
Aye.
Those against that, so you're going to be okay. Done. Okay. With vast anticipation, I'd like to welcome to the floor Skulk. Welcome.
And I'll just leap in to help you out first, your worship, because the funding options, I think, councillors need to be aware when they're discussing or describing the things. Bear in mind what the funding option was, so you have an understanding that there was a plan in place for this, and that's another reason why it's actually quite good that it comes through as a staff submission, because other than being buried within the internal costs of things, that it's actually quite obvious and elevated, and the proposed method where it wasn't going to be a rates consequence was that we were just working with the depreciation levels that we had, looking at ensuring that we can fund it over time and get to a zero balance in terms of our reserves over a 10-year period. And so basically using the depreciation aspect or the funding of depreciation to be funding the required investment necessary for these projects. So that's the intent. The alternative, of course, is we don't use that and we allow the depreciation accounts to build up, but then there'd be rate fund consequences as well. And we're assuming that we don't want rate fund consequences. And in the past, we've managed to keep ourselves relatively balanced with the IT side of things. So that's what that was on page 115. So that was at the end of the process. And then Scott's more than happy to take questions on any particular items that he put in the report.
Welcome, Scott. Floor yours.
He's just going to take questions.
Oh, as you were, sorry, I'm reading while I'm thinking. Councillor Grant.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Scott, I read through here and I don't know if, like, all these, if we don't do it, that we're inefficient type thing, there's errors and all this sort of thing. So if we implement this, is it likely to result in we need less staff?
That was a question that we fielded last time as well. It's what I explained. It's again, it's like the tractor and the horse scenario. It's investing into a tractor instead of a horse. It's to deliver more. It's in the end you will have a choice not to repurpose the horse if you want to. But the focus here is really about creating more what is required from us these days. As you've seen, everyone needs to deliver more with less. And this is the vehicle for us to be able to do that. As an example of the request for Sharon to deliver everything overnight, this couldn't have happened. So we've already done first bit of the corporate and budgeting planning solution for exactly for her to be able to deliver these kind of requirements for us next morning. So in the past, she wouldn't have been able to deliver the report for tomorrow.
So, for example, it doesn't mean we can do away with Sharon. It just means that we don't wait 2 weeks to try and roll over the accounts. It happens overnight.
Yeah, I just read it and there's things like inability to budget accurately, and to me it paints it that we're pretty inefficient and slow and everything, so I sort of don't like reading it too much. Councillor Phelps, followed by Catherwood.
Sorry, through the chair, can I just clarify on what you're actually asking for financially? Is it the 155 plus the 22 plus the 174?
So the back, you will see the project cost, so that is the capex expense is 155. And then operational cost will be the operational cost of the new solutions plus the licensing increase overall for all of staff licensing. That is after we've moved from around 100 staff to about 200 licenses that we currently have to cover. So that was from the previous LTP.
Thank you.
Councillor Catherwood, followed by myself.
Yeah, so as I've understood it, you're doing great with Skulker, but no worries about the confidence there, and I congratulate you on your work you do. I still can't get my head around this. So we've got project costs, no problem. We're putting energy into that. You're creating this new system. We're working with the Datascape, wherever it is. You're creating these efficiencies. We've got quite a large IT team. I think there's 7 in total, something like that, in IT.
Yeah, we've got about 6.
7, yeah. So the question I've got pretty much is the operational cost, because we're creating this efficiency. We've got the costs of our staff now. This operational cost, it doesn't finish after once we've created it. It's an increase forever. It sort of doesn't make sense that we're creating this efficiency. It's costing you more every year. But it's 10 years you're going to spend $2.22 million more in salaries. But I thought the reason that we're creating this is to create efficiencies. See, to create efficiencies. It's also creating more costs.
So the efficiencies that we're creating is not having a team of 20 or 30 that's creating this. These kind of tools will not just limit the IT expense on salaries and operational costs to field these solutions. This will also add into other departments as well, instead of them growing. So you've got the HR system, you've got the budgeting and planning system to achieve the outcomes that we require through regulations, through everything today. To achieve that, you would need to invest inevitably into operational costs. These systems makes it much more efficient to deliver to that requirement. So instead of having on average a 20-person IT team for our size, we can run with only a 6-person team. That's just in IT. This flows through with those systems overall to all the other departments.
Yeah, so my comment to that would be that you've still got 19,000 residents and you want to find another two years.
Okay, well, again, I can't remember now, but the same time we had the ratepayers report, I remember, the 2022 report, I've said before about, how we had low personnel costs per household. I do recall sometime in 2014 or after 2014, it was 15 or 16 or something like that, the organisation had one of the lowest ICT costs per thing, right? So we're in that position where we've had, I remember I came here and I said to you, I had 0 IT people, 0, right? So, Skulk and the team have come together and put an ICT team that's the envy of the country, for example, with only 6 people plus himself, and he'll tell you that with his experience across the country, he thinks we should be sitting at 20 ICT people. And it goes to Councillor Graham's question. So the systems we have support not having to have as many people as might be comparable as a consequence. The issue for you is you look at it a different perspective and say, well, you put ICT in, therefore we should be reducing people because of that side of things. And our argument is we're actually been increasing people because we haven't had the people. And the ICT support allows us not to have to increase it as much in that sense. So that would be the example of trying to, explain, is it efficiencies or is it not efficiencies? That would be the argument, is that actually it means we don't have to continue increasing people beyond what we actually essentially have to have.
My question, Skulkers, I'm nervous around funding via adjusting depreciation accounts. So we've got just over 2 million, we've got 10 years. We're going to reduce depreciation down to 25%. What would I know about IT, but computers break down pretty regularly. If I was too nervous to fund it this way, what other options is there to fund it?
Well, we're suggesting, Your Worship, it's in here. You're stuck with normal rate related side of it. I mean, if I could explain.
What I'm asking is, we're suggesting reduce our depreciation levels to 25%. I'm nervous around that. You wouldn't loan fund it because it's ongoing operational, so therefore you'd wear it as a rate rise. That's the only option.
That's what we're saying, yeah. And we were aware of that, and that's why we're offering.
So that's, well, we're right back to trying to get our 4% rate cap.
But the argument we had, Your Worship, was that when we looked at the 10-year program, we could see an account that was building up hundreds of thousands of dollars. And they're thinking, well, hang on, why would you do that? Why would you build that?
That's what I'm trying to say, with the 25% when that come down, does a computer last 4 years then? That's probably about the limited end. So our depreciation isn't going to build up the funds. It's at best just going to chug away even. Just to say, but they are my options. Debt, not an option. So it's only really between those two right now. Further questions? Yeah, ladies first.
No?
Yeah, where we go, John did everything.
So my question carries on from yours, Your Worship, and it's just probably to Steve. So you talk about depreciation levels dropping to 25%. What specific asset are we talking about depreciation dropping? Are we talking about across the whole organisation or just IT assets?
Just the IT.
Just the IT assets dropping from 100 to 25.
Or we might have been 50 to 25, but it's a drop. It's a drop to 25% to effectively fund the program over the 10-year period.
Thank you.
Councillor Finch.
So I was looking at impact if we don't implement it, high risk of non-compliance and legal liability, failure to deliver or respond to public needs, and then there was data not being kept up to date across the various systems, and accountability between staff and their managers may occur, lack of tools, and there was something about the lack of integration with the payroll system, leaving room for errors and inefficiencies. There's a lot of manual things going on at the moment, and this way, to my mind, that's not anywhere near an IT specialist at all, reading all those things. I think it looks like it's needed, and we're getting it because you are doing it. We're getting it a lot cheaper than we look at the other councils that you've given us the examples of. So I think, we're sort of going to have to go to it before we are forced to go to it. To me, it is a lot of money, but like I said, I'm nowhere near an expert, and I'm looking at all the positives to come out of it, and think we might have to just go with it and do it, unfortunately.
And the question is?
Yeah.
Yeah. Is that a question?
No. Nope.
No.
We're really going to have to pull in. We're going to do questions where you will get latitude to do it more than once. Then we go to discussion, and we're going back to one hut just to try and keep it tidied up. Councillor Barron.
For clarification, can you tell me the project cost of 155K per year, is that buying hardware and software products?
No, the 155K is just for next financial year. So that's a once-off.
So that's just for 1 year?
Yes.
And the 220K operational cost, is that wages?
No, that is the licensing cost of the solutions, and that is also the hosting of the technology. So it's cloud-based solutions. So all of that is basically just licensing solutions to be able to use the software.
Right. So there's no additional staff for this? Thank you.
Councillor. Stoll, yeah, this is 552,000. Is the sky going to fall down if we don't do this?
I think what I try to notice there is the risk of non-compliance. So most of these kind of solutions are there for us to achieve compliance. I put there one example of for us to comply to an ORC requirements on the water. To do that, you'll have to go to an external contracting company, which will cost you quite significantly to achieve that. Instead, we use the in-house systems. That is just one area where the systems have already proven themselves just in the pilot and testing these solutions out. It saved us just there $100,000. These are not just, it's not nice to have, we have to have these kind of solutions to be able to operate going forward. We've invested quite a number of time and effort with all the staff and vendors and everything that I've said there to try to find the right solutions to fit it. I'm quite confident there isn't a better way for us to do this and achieve the must-have needs for us to go forward.
Where am I, team? Help me. I heard someone saying, Councillor McAtee.
You're just coming back to the funding of it. So the mayor said that one of the options is not debt funding it, but effectively, if we go through that depreciation account, it is actually debt funded because it'll be an internal transfer, which the funding will have to come externally to pay for it. There is no actual 396,000 in a depreciation account, so it will effectively have to be borrowed.
Right, so, but at the moment, through your worship, we will have, at whatever the current rate is, something above 25%. That's funded by rates. That's the annual depreciation cost funded by rates. And what we're saying is we can reduce that.
We'll just physically reduce it. Yeah.
Councillor Payne.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thanks for coming along. I've got to make this into a question. Yeah, okay, so it's easy to count the money that's on the table. That's real easy. But would it be fair to say that it's really difficult to measure the savings like consultants, fraud, resource, compliance, efficiency? Would it be fair to say that we haven't really got a true calculation on that and that it might be significant?
Yes, it's quite difficult to forecast what you would be asked to do in the future. These kind of solutions create for us the ability to respond to any request internally for the future requirements. This is the platform for us going forward, and that's why all the other councils and all the other areas, even private sector, is massively investing in these kind of things. And you've seen that, what I've quoted there, the investments for them to do is, again, why the need. It's a must-have need. If we don't have this, we cannot respond. It will cost you significantly more to respond to these things.
Great, thank you.
So if we've exhausted the questions, we'll move on into general discussion. Appreciate it. Matters open for discussion, please. If there is now, Councillor Ludi.
I actually support funding this project. I think it's so important that we keep up to date with our IT. And I can remember when we had no IT here and what it was like. I truly support this, and I would, you probably won't take a recommendation yet, you haven't had enough discussion, but if there was an appetite for a recommendation.
I didn't see hands flying up, so I'm sort of,
okay.
If there isn't hands flying, oh, well, I'll tell you what, I'll come back to you again. But I'm trying to indicate and move things along, and if hands stay down, I think that we're not, I'll go to Councillor Barrett.
My question or discussions with Steve, and Steve, you run this place, so what is your take on having to have this information or this technology or in the organisation?
Through your worship, we moved to a enterprise platform while I was here. We had lots of independent IT. We didn't have IT staff or anything like that. And the idea was to move to an integrated system because that's where you needed to move. Since then, things have changed massively again with going to the cloud. And what I'm seeing, councillor, is I'm seeing people getting into the trap by IT vendors and IT systems of getting locked into programs and bits and pieces and things like that. For us, for example, we expected by contract to have an integrated connection between this council and our water services contract. We never achieved it. They said, yes, we can do it. And it being the contractor, and you try to get a contractor on that basis, never had that. What we're at now, we are developing the capability ourselves, only because technology is advanced. 5 years ago, it wouldn't have happened. We can now. We can develop a capability to be able to effectively move off that type of single vendor lock-in, and we're actually going out to other best used vendors, and we're doing the connections between the vendors and ourselves because we have the capability. And it just makes us able to actually achieve something that we haven't been able to previously achieve. So I think Skulk's plan is saving us a lot of money. It's always hard to look at it because you think it's not saving because it's a cost, but relative to what we might have been looking for, I'm confident it's a significant saving in terms of where we are going. The plan that he's got in place, I did say to him, Skulk, you owe us a strategic plan so that we can document that approach. But I think it's an approach that is saving us money big time in the long term. And some of those figures that are there, just horrendous. And if we thought the greenfields was an issue, which it absolutely is. Some of those eye-watering figures, if we brought that in an IT sense and said you have no choice, that's what we're talking about. What we're trying very hard to do through this plan is not end up anywhere near those sort of situations for this council. So long answer, but I think hopefully that explains the confidence.
You endorse it then for the council?
Yes.
Thank you.
Councillor Payne, and then I'm getting back to Councillor.
Well, thank you, Steve. That's pretty much what I was going to say. I mean, like I said, you always see how much cash it's going to cost. And if I can coin one of your phrases, Your Worship, a boomer brain, it's hard to comprehend what the gains. But I'm thinking it's probably tenfold sitting on this side of the scales. And so I'll second that motion.
Second it before it's moved.
Oh, no, it's been moved. I'll second her motion.
But out of depreciation.
Yeah.
Yes. So that's part of the motion.
Yeah.
So what we probably need is, and I'll break from tradition, we're going to do both recommendations because we haven't received yet. So you'll do the receiving, let's just tick that, and also you're doing the second bit out of depreciation. You're happy with both of those, Ken?
Yes, sir.
Done. So we're going to move in a seconder for both of them. Is that going to complicate matters? Am I reading this too simplistically? So we've got both matters, so know that we're following Skulk's lead through depreciation. Everyone's comfortable to put it to the vote, or do we need any further discussion? Put to the vote. All those in favour, please raise your hands. Aye. We've done it. There we go. Julie, fine. That was the first time where she's gone. Rightio. So remember, team, thank you, Skulk. Remember, team, we're now heading over to page 149, and please remind me that I'm going to go backwards after I go forwards. So, Donna, where's Donna?
Through you, Richard, this will be a bit of a tag team effort because it's been prepared by a number of people.
And there are various aspects.
There's a number of number of different aspects before we actually get to the capital program review. There's some overall discussion points that we get there, especially from suggestions from councillors.
Okay, welcome, Donna.
Good afternoon, everybody. So I'll just take it that you've read the report, and if you have any questions.
So your worship, we'll probably just work through each section one by one because there's different items.
We sure as hell are. So that's going to be, each recommendation is going to be individual.
And I've just got a bit of extra information because there's something in there that didn't have the explanation with it. So you'll see about on the middle of page 150, there's like a random little list of projects. That's actually a list of carry forward projects that are projects that we haven't committed to yet. So the intention is that we would run through those at the same time as we run through the capital program. So sorry for missing out the explanation as to what that's there for. Just wanted to.
So does that align with the recommendation?
No, that will be part of the final recommendation, which is basically council amends the list of projects. So those are not necessarily in your list of projects. They are, some of them are, but not all of them are. But these are carry forward budgets from the current. So when we start our capital, these ones are in the middle of the report.
Okay, it will all make sense when we get
They're
there.
not all on here.
What item are we on?
So we're on number 16, capital works program. Jules has jumped down to number 5 to say that it's associated with that wee list there, or comprehensive list. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to go through, and Donna, sorry, you might have to hang around for a while, but we're going to do one by one so that you ask questions on number 2, then you ask questions on number 3, rather than questions and we get all mixed up all over the place. So the first one we're just going to flick off as we receive the report. Matt, Councillor Finch, Councillor Kennedy, seconding. All those in favour? Those against? Thank you. Now specifically on number 2, questioning for Donna or any other team.
I think, Your Worship, just to assist, that relates to item 3.1, it relates to item 3.2, I think, and 3.3. So again, if we so we're talking about 3.1 and 3.2. So again, we can take questions on those 2 elements.
Yeah, but it is only recommendation 2. I'm doing it via the recommendations. So questions, team. Councillor Catherwood.
Well, you're kind of looking for some direction on each individual project.
It's going to be number 5.
Extend capital program. So there was a request made, can we just look at a capital program and take the 10 years and extend it over 20? So I suppose the point we're making here is you can do that, but the way to do that is when you go through your individual list of projects. We're sort of saying that can be looked at when you're looking at your projects. So we're just wanting to tick off those suggestions that were made by councillors saying, can you go away and look at this? Because that gives us some overarching direction. But our response is, yeah, we can do that, but let's look at it when we're going through the individual project list.
Cool.
So through you, Your Worship, you're really at the moment looking for approval on the proposed carry forward projects that haven't been committed.
No, they're going to happen under this list.
Sorry.
Yeah, they're just in the wrong. We put them in the wrong spot without an explanation.
So for us to handle question 2, all we're doing is the overarching principle.
Yes, and we're trying to connect it, Your Worship, to 3.1 wording and 3.2. We're excluding that little thing that we just discussed, that whole little table, because that relates to something else. The wording of 3.1 and the wording of 3.2 relates to your resolution 2, Your Worship. And we were happy to take any questions or explain that. It arises from councillors' questions of us that we are answering, and that. But that's the point of those 2.
Councillors, any further questions to the team before we go into general discussion? Doesn't look like it. Matters open for discussion. Matters. Councillor Bolweather.
Well, it doesn't look like there's any discussion, but I think I certainly raised the one about Milton and 3.2 Milton Water Capital Review and alternative supply, and I certainly would be happy to see some report back on that sometime in the future, rather than us committing to the actual project now and saying that we want to do it. I mean, there's certainly an estimated budget there, but I'd like to think there are other options there which which we could do to improve both quality and quantity of supply in the Milton Wahola area. So I'm happy then to move that number 2, that council confirms any overarching principles of the capital delivery review process and notes that some projects will be subject to reports with more information on this agenda.
Second, Councillor Finch. Discussion 2.
Through your worship, can I just ask, is the intent to include a budget for that investigative work, Councillor Baldwin? Is this potential 70,000 if you want to do some high-level scoping work?
Could he do that when you're reviewing the particular project? Because I think that was the point, Councillor Wahola says.
Right, yeah.
We're going to get to the line item. When you get to the line item, then maybe discuss that.
Yeah.
So it's the overarching principle. I've got Councillor Herbert with a question.
Mine's a comment. I was a bit surprised to read this, I suppose, when we start talking about pipelines going to Milton. We've only just taken the pipeline from Milton to Waihola because we had so much water there. We're talking about we've got a lack of water in Milton.
I took it, John, that it was a lack of quality, and is there a benefit?
Yes, we're trying to get the most out of it, and it's not. It needs more capacity. And I'm thinking, why do we just spend 16 million taking a pipeline from Milton to Waihola? We've got to try and now pump up Milton.
Through your worship, we don't have to, but we may have to build a new water treatment plant, depending on what other development happens in the Melbourne and Milton area.
Hold on. If you do, you close the conversation because you're the mover. So, is there any further questions just before anything before we go back to process?
Your worship, I just wonder though, with your latitude, there'd be question of staff, but the reason why I put that item in was because Councillor Wahola had requested and given us information on it, and Councillor Wahola might be able to answer Councillor Hill's question.
But I'm rigid with the way I run a meeting. It's impossible to do. There you go, Bruce.
The proposal is in the future that Milton will treat up to 5,000 cubics of water a day. To take that out of the Tokomariro River is going to use just about over 20% of the flow from one branch of the river. If we need more, to get consent, we might need to move the plant. So there's several million just to build a new plant further down the river. Now, if we want to develop more development in the Tokomariro area, and we want more than 5,000 cubic metres a day, we're probably not going to get it out of the Tokomariro River, and we will have to look for another source somewhere. So that's why I have raised this, and also the quality of the water is relatively poor. It's hard to treat. It's expensive to treat. So that's the reasons I brought this forward.
Councillor Brown.
Yes, Rudy. Can you just remind me why we have never considered taking out the Tyree?
That was looked at for Waihola, wasn't it?
Through your worship, just the amount of water we need, it's actually, and the quality, we haven't looked at it. I know there was a scheme to look at coming off the Clutha, but yeah, I'm not aware of it looking at or taking water from the Tyree just because of the distance. And it's pretty dirty too.
I can answer that too. I think, well...
This is obscene language.
Well, Gregory Borachevsky was here. He actually investigated sources from the Waipori River as well, and didn't. And as far as I'm aware, that wasn't practical. But he was the one, I think, who came up with the Greenfield borefield. So.
And so I think the point was that we're going to there's a line item with investment attached to the Milton water side of things. And I think Councillor Wahola was simply saying before we commit and go down that pathway that there should be another avenue. We were actually looking more broadly at our options and that side of it. And so that was all the suggestion was, and we can deal with it at the time we get to that line item.
So we're only doing the overarching principle. We'll get to the knitting on the next page. I've got to move in a second. No further? Done. All those in favour, please raise your hands. Say aye.
Aye.
Half of us have raised their hands. Right. What we're going to do is,
Councillor Herbert and Kenneth.
all those against, please raise your hand. Abstaining, please raise your hand. 2 people at least haven't done any of the 3. What do you do when you don't for, against, or abstain?
Use your hammer.
So do they have to? Use it?
Yes.
They're not doing anything.
Right. Can we sharpen it up, team? I know that it's after smoko, but we're going to do one of 3 things. Put your hand up at some time. So we're heading now. Well, it is. We're either yes, no, or not saying, and we had 2 at least that didn't vote in that last one. Not taking part isn't an option. So we're going to number 3.
So through you, Your Worship, one of the options that was discussed and suggested was that we just reduce our capital programs overall. And we've had a look, and one of the issues we've had through the audit process is audit. One of the things they question us on is, are your budgets sufficient to deliver the programs that you've identified? So that becomes very difficult when you look at it on an individual project basis. But what we have turned our heads to is, how can we look to reflect that we don't achieve our capital programs when we have a program of work? And one of the areas where we could reflect that is through our urban water programs. And because they are actually associated, like they're funded the same way. There's a lot of smaller projects. So one of the options we're putting to you is that, because we recognise we don't always get our capital programs delivered, is we actually fund those as an overall program and reduce the overall budget by 20% per annum for the duration of the LTP. Now, that would mean that, doesn't mean that we don't fund fully our individual projects. It would just give us the latitude, it would give us, I suppose, the ability to not fully reflect the funding in the LTP. And if we are, and that can be reviewed every 3 years, so if Donna's team is getting everything done and they're doing that, then that may need to be reviewed for the next 3-year cycle. We're not proposing to do that in rural water. It's only for urban wastewater, urban sewage, and water supply and stormwater. So on page, at the bottom of page 152, if we were going to do that, the urban waters CapEx for the first 3 years is about 31.5 million. So the intent would be to put only 80% of that into the budget. And we've still got some mechanics to work through how we do that, and Sharon may have some comments from talking to audit, but we think we can do that. And that just, I suppose, reflects more in a budget sense that we don't get 100% of our work done every year, at least in one reasonably big chunk of our capital. So this is just an option for you to consider to try and reflect in the budget sense moving forward that we don't get all of our capital works achieved.
Further questions, Tim? I've got one, Jules, and I can see the reasoning, but 80% is right at the Plimsoll level. Should we, I suppose aspirationally, we always go for 100. We're not going to, yes, we're at 50 or 60, we're raising it up. Imagine if we've got all the staff and we get to 95, no, we don't, we're going to pull them back on at 80. I like the idea of aligning our budgets with reality, but is 80% just too close to this absolutely no freeboard and might be counterproductive?
I think one option you would have during the year, Your Worship, is if we are getting 6 months through the year and we've actually achieved 60% of a capital program, we can come back to you and ask you to move it forward, ask you to approve additional capital.
How do we rate for that?
Well, we only rate once we've finished the capital for the next year, so we'll know at the end of the year how much we've achieved.
We have got a chance then to actually align it with reality and not catch ourselves out. Okay.
Then my question to that would be is, if you reduced it by 20%, your overall budgets for your capital works program, where we're having, in the last few years, we seem to be having our capital works projects are going well over budget. So then we end up short and we don't achieve.
we've still got to achieve, we've got to still deal with the three waters issues we've got. So I'm quite reluctant to reduce because we still need these budgets.
Yeah, through you, Your Worship, I suppose the thing I'm saying is if you look at the list of the carry forwards we've brought to you, that's the stuff we haven't been able to deliver. So we're still saying we're going to, if those projects we need to spend that, we'll be coming back to you for approval if they're over what we're estimating. But we're not getting to some of our projects. So we're trying to avoid this sort of thing. We're having to come to you and saying, we couldn't get to these projects, so actually, can you carry them forward, please? We've got an envelope of funding to work within. We're still going to have a list of projects. It just means that we come to you during the year if we're in the situation that you have raised, Councillor Cathwood, that we say, hey, we've done a really good job. Isn't it great? We actually need you to bring a bit more money forward because we've ticked off all these projects and we're going to get onto the ones in the 20% that we didn't actually budget for this year. So there's still the opportunity for us to do that during the year, but it's trying to get closer to reflect that reality.
And if this helps, we're on track to deliver 76% of this financial year's projects.
Thanks for that, Dora. I was going to question the fact that, is 80% too much? Should we be looking at 90%? I was kind of split the difference because you don't want to, it's all very well. I mean, I know we don't want to overrate fund, but I'm being cautious there, so.
But just as I said before, we don't rate until the following year for capital if we've loan funded it. So we know at the end of the year how much capital we've done, and we then raise those loans for rating the following year. So where are we?
It's really only giving us some benefit back over the 10-year period, budgeted rates. Because think about the 10-year plan and the capital and all that sort of thing. So our argument is we know just from historically, there's 20% sitting there or more in that 10-year plan that by budget isn't the case. And this is an opportunity to just reflect by budget a reduction, right? It doesn't stop us when we're looking at, you're only ever rating the actuals. So you'll always get that right. The rates will always be right. But when you're setting the 10-year plan and you're looking at it, if we said, well, we could drop that 20% just like that, just in what we're showing you and showing the people and the consumers, because that's all that is. It's just a budget reflection of something from one decision. It's nothing really to do with what the actuals rates are, because that's always going to be the case. If we were achieving 100%, well, of course, it's not going to be an option. But this is an option that just reflects by budget in terms of a 10-year plan, something that doesn't see us off by 20%.
So basically, staff are, you're almost recommending, you're suggesting that it's quite a viable option.
We suggested it.
You're suggesting it, yeah.
Just looking at the implication of up until now, if we 100% fund, the next year for the carry forwards, they've already been funded. Whereas next year we're going to 80%, and we will do the 80%, and the carryovers as such will be the portion of them that aren't funded. So it's a new form of bow waving, isn't it? We're pushing it forward now instead of with a fund without. There is implications. What say, Sam, we're testing the water. It's tempting, and I can see it. But what say we went 90% to it, 85 or something, because 76 is, we've been going from 52 or something, was it?
44, you were.
44, and we're at 76. I could easily see it pumping up through 81, 82, 83. No, we can't. Well, we have to go through. I'm tempted because of the obvious financial ramifications, but I'm nervous. So what, say 50-cent mixture, dip our toe into the water or whatever and doing 90% or an 85. I'm just scared it's too near to the pencil line at 80. Councillor Payne, followed by Finn.
I've just got another question that I'm thinking of while we're talking about this. Have we got our auditor's point of view on this sort of philosophy, 80%?
Yes, we have. Yes, we have, absolutely. The point is, every year we're arguing with the auditors because they're always unhappy
Saying we're not.
that we're not achieving 100% of the capital program. They always say you've got too ambitious a capital program. So there's on that side, and then we hit them with, okay, well, here's what we're thinking. They went, I could see where you're going. That's quite interesting, right? And they could see the argument. So we went debating the argument because the point was, if we're not achieving it, we're just on average not achieving it, then we need to more correctly reflect it. So they couldn't really argue against the principle because we're actually doing what they're telling us to do, but we're looking at it at a program sense rather than individual project sense, because that's why you can't do it in individual project sense.
And if I can just also add that we're actually intentionally slowing down the scoping planning process to ensure that we capture any kind of mitigations and risks and issues, and we're actually defining true project life cycle methodologies. So the team are now having to do risk and issue logs and think about communication plans. So I'm intentionally slowing the project managers down with the planning process to ensure as smooth as possible with the delivery.
My question's been answered, thank you.
So we're coming to the end of the questions and about to hit the discussions, are we? Questions?
I'm sort of getting to this discussion recommendation.
Right out. Can I just hit the discussion, see if there's a flash of hands and then we're into it. Discussion team. Matters open to discussion. Can I possibly just get one more sort of level in the head if we did the 20% and it's 6.3 million? That's 2%. We're talking of if we run the gauntlet of this, we're able to bring down the overall rate by 2%.
Just to clarify, that's 6.3 over the 3 years, so it's an average of 2.1 million a year.
Not 10.
Yeah.
2.1, so you're 7. Don't you do?
That's also loan funded. So it's not rates, it's loan funded. So it's
It was there, it was just there, and then it evaporated. Right, that's that one. Discussion, Councillor Barron, followed by McAtamaney.
Yeah, I'm a little bit confused, but again, from Steve and Jill's point of view, this is a way to reduce the rates.
It's a way to reduce the 10-year program that we publish in terms of the rates each of those years as published. Your rates will reflect what your program is each year so that it doesn't muck around with that. But what we've been having, just historically, we've been having a 20% higher budgeted 10-year plan than perhaps we have to in terms of what we're advertising, right? But it doesn't change on a yearly basis. If you deliver the program 77%, that's what you get rated on as well.
If we did the full 20%, roughly it's a 1.3% discount.
Okay. So it's moving in the direction.
Yeah.
Of there.
I had a Councillor McAtamaney, I think, and then someone around here, my brain's not in my sheets. There.
Yeah, can I just ask, or Jules or Steve or is this something that other councils have contemplated? Where's the model for this come from?
This was a discussion to try and reflect the reality, and in response to, can you please go and cut your capital programs? Well, how can we do that? How can we do that to reflect the reality? So I'm not aware of anyone else doing it. The auditors didn't mention anyone else has done this, at least, Steve.
I was trying to be accounting smart for the fact that we historically don't achieve 100%, and how's that reflected in the budgets? Looking for inventive ways to shave off what we can shave off just by being a bit smarter in how we reflect it. We're deliberate in the particular areas because they had to be a bucket approach. You can't do it any other way. But it was just one way to just show some savings. That's just in the budget sense, and that's all it is. So it's doable. Shouldn't be a big deal, and it just deals one thing, which just helps us with the 10-year what it looks like in the 10 years. But that's all it is.
Councillor Wheeler, followed by Finch.
Councillor Finch has got a question.
Please.
Oh, were you going to a remit? Yeah, okay, then let's do it that way.
So the 2.1 million per annum we could drop down, that is 1.3% down per annum.
That's pretty rugged, but it's in there.
Yes, but roughly per annum.
No, it's a lot less than that because this is capital, so it's debt funded. So the only reduction would be the debt servicing on that, $2 million per annum.
Which is 100,000, which is 1.3. If you have 2 million at 5%.
370k is 1% of rates.
Yeah.
So the loan fund, debt funding on 2 million is a bit less than 10%. So it might be 0.5% of rates.
0.5%. That's still
Off
better
the
than
top of my
nothing.
head.
Thank you.
The other thing to remember is that this will change throughout the 10 years because, as Sharon's pointed out, there's some big ticket capital items when a couple of wastewater upgrades kick in year 8 and year 10. So the 20% in those years will be a lot bigger than this, but it's also right out at the end of the 10 years. So a lot's going to change between now and then.
Can you roll that back again, please, Jules? We've got $2 million. It's loan funded, so let's say at 5%, so that's 100,000. Plus principal. Yep, done. What's your name?
Forgotten myself, actually. Call me Councillor Mann. Seems to be popular. I would like to recommend the council confirms an overall funding reduction of 15% for the Urban Free Waters Capital Program for the first 3 years of the LTP. Rather than 20%, I think it just gives me some comfort anyway that we've got some leeway should we be able to deliver. Perhaps that's being ambitious, but that can be revisited at the annual plan next year. And I appreciate the work that staff has put into this.
Happy to second that.
So we're going to move in a second. Matters open for discussion. There is no discussion. Time to hang them high. So all those in favour, please raise your hands and say yes.
Aye.
I want 20%.
Is that unanimous? It's a very slow unanimous. There was a groan coming out of Julie from that. So, yeah.
I wanted 20%.
So now we're going to, hold on, where am I? That. We're going to number 4. Anything to add to number 4 before we ask questions? Is there any specific? We're not going to the list yet, are we?
This is the list.
That is the list. Okay, team, can we go to do number 4? We've got to go to the list, and we're going to. Do I go through line by line, Jules? Do you want to take it through line by line? My eyesight is not even there.
So what we would suggest is that we just do this little carry forward list first. And then we move on. And some of them will just defer. The one that was actually in the agenda, because whilst we haven't actually contractually committed to many of these, a lot of them are underway in terms of investigation and those sorts of things. I mean, several of them are rural water scheme projects that they've said they want to progress with as well. So if we can just run through that short list of carry forwards first, and then get into the big list.
You're leading it, Jules, because I cannot read them.
Sure thing. So.
Does anyone need a bigger list?
We can just run. They're pretty. I mean,
Have it on your computer, you can make it in big.
Go for it, Jules.
Owaka Reservoir upgrade, Jules, while you look.
Yeah, so this is just providing 24-hour storage at Owaka. And that's not a 500 cubic metre tank because that's not the cost-effective way to do it. We're looking at individual tanks now for that one. So the budget should be sufficient to do that.
So how many watt size?
We're looking, no, more than that. We're looking at 24-hour storage. So
30,000 litre tanks, and we've done the costings, and they're significantly more cost effective than doing a 500 cubic metre.
Thank you.
Sorry, just got to find the right page. So what's the next one, Brian?
Just mag flows.
Oh, yes. So these are a requirement.
Sorry, just If we want to, worship, if you want to set the rules for your, for the
Ah,
debate, so if we.
Are we gonna go
we're
through
moving-
voting on each one of them?
Well, whatever your rules are, like, council wanted a line by line review of the capital projects. This is the first starting of it, so whatever your rules are.
I was hoping to get to the end, but maybe that's gonna get real messy, so, let's do it real quickly. A Wacker reservoir upgrade.
One question then.
Yeah, do it.
So is it a reduction in the budget because you found a cheap way to do it, or is it an increase in capacity? What are we trying to achieve 24-hour storage?
Yes, we're just asking for it to be carried forward because it's this year's budget. Yeah, and look, it might be, it shouldn't be over that budget. Until we do the rest of the work.
Okay, it's okay.
It's a project.
We're in the scoping and investigation stage, but from the other rural water scheme, when we get to that report, you'll clearly see
So
that
Kevin, we're on
huge savings.
page 150 and we're working down through.
Yeah.
So the very top one is the Wacker reservoir. I'm gonna do each line specifically. It might get a bit muddly, but it's, I think rather than going to the end and then people going back to their own ones to discuss, we're just gonna have to chip away at them.
Are they in the long-term plan or not?
So these are in the current financial year and we're asking for them to be carried forward to next financial year so we can complete them.
So the funding's been approved.
Funding's been approved previously, but we have to ask you to move them into next year's budget from this year.
They're projects that we haven't gone out with contracts for yet, but the teams are actually scoping and planning on them. That was work that has been budgeted, like Jill said, for this year.
So the rating impact of that grouping would be shifting the rating impact to year 2. Because you haven't done it in this year, so it can't be rated for next year. You won't raise the loans. So you are doing the work next year, paying for it, and you will be funding it via rates in the second. So the outcome of this is a shift, a reduction in year 1 rates and an increase in year 2 rates as a result of the carry forward.
We're gonna funding help.
So the reduction in year 1 rates means they're in year 1 now. They're already in
The loan funding's in year 1.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so back to a Wacker reservoir upgrade. Dane, you finished your questions?
Yeah.
You got it? Any further questions? We'll start ticking them off, team. Open for general discussion. If no one's got any general discussion, I'll move that let's just do a yes or a no. Are we doing a moving and seconding? We're not
Just
doing
do a
it.
show of hands for that.
Show of hands. We're gonna go show of hands until we get sticky. So everyone that's in favour of a Wacker reservoir upgrade, put your hand up, please. Judy, we're on to the next one. District-wide mag flows.
This is required as part of our resource consents to monitor our water usage, so we don't think we have any option but to continue.
Pretty simple. All those in favour? Yep, done. Pomahaka main reservoir, same as.
It's changing to individual tanks for cost reasons. The Pomahaka reservoir and the Wongaloa reservoir have both been signed off by the relevant water schemes.
Any questions, team? Dane?
Probably only the one question. I just got a 500 cubic tank up there. I work it was 477 that. 1500 cubic was cheaper.
No.
So I'm just wondering if those actual carry forward budgets are correct.
These are the carry forward value of the budget that we'd already utilised. So for example, if it was $1 million budget and we've used $600,000 this year, we're asking to carry forward the full $400,000 on one project as an example. If it was $1 million budget and we'd spent $300,000 this year, we'd be asking to carry forward the $700,000. So it's not a reflection on the total budget, it's a reflection on the unused budget to date, or as at 30th of June.
So we must have half a tank.
No, these reservoir projects are changing to individual tanks as well.
And with that, we're heading to a vote. Hey, all those that are happy with Pomahaka, put your hand up, please. Done. Wongaloa. Same thing? Let's do it again. We'll do it. So everyone's happy with Wongaloa to go with Pomahaka? Eddie? Milton, wastewater?
Well, it's for compliance improvements, so.
Jules, there's nothing out in the ordinary there, so everyone, basically, we're gonna push with a sharp stick. Everyone happy with Milton wastewater? Put your hand up. Milton.
We would suggest you hold this one over until we get to the main list, Your Worship.
Hold on.
This is the Milton Pool and Community Library.
Is that both of them?
Yes.
There's a separate report for that, Your Worship.
Yes, so there's a separate one for that, so they can be.
I had them rounded on that one, so we're skipping Milton and going to Milton Pipeline.
Hang on, would it be fair to say that Milton, we haven't made a big question out of it, but wouldn't it be fair to say it's going to go back to consultation anyway?
It's in another report.
Yeah, all we're saying is that there's some of those capital review line items have got separate reports. And you'll
They'll be
address
dealt
them
with
then.
in those.
So the next one's Milton Pipeline renewal.
Yep, we've got lots of concrete and asbestos pipes to renew in Milton, and those are the ones that did survive the other review. So there are line items in the LTP as well, but we've got plenty of work to do in Milton.
Yes, Happy.
I've got no problem with it, other than when we were first looking for 30 million or something came out the budget, we took cast iron pipes out of the Belcluta one. If those what were the pipelines? Are we removing them because there's stuff that they've got to be done, or it's just because there's asbestos?
No, we've got 45% leakage in Milton, and that's because of the old concrete and asbestos
Yeah, that's different than why we kept Clutha. So everyone, please raise your hands. Are you happy with that? Beauty. Next one's Richardson. Clutha Downs Reservoir.
Replacement of tanks, the Rural Water Scheme Committee's approved.
Yeah, what's everyone thinking of that? Are you feeling the warmth?
Yeah.
Beauty. What was the next one?
Network modelling, which we do need to do. We've got growth pressures. We need our models to be able to actually tell whether we can allow those subdivisions or not.
Oh, right, because I was just going to ask for where, I can't remember.
Where there's growth demand is we were doing targeting that to when we get requests.
Right.
Once again, what's everyone's thoughts?
Yeah.
Happy? Anyone? If anyone's to the counter, give us a yell, because I'll start pushing through. Lawrence Hospital Creek.
So we have outstanding items to do there to fix some bits of the creek that are falling in and some other drainage issues in Lawrence. So we want to bring that forward, carry that forward to be able to complete that.
South Otago Athletic Club.
I know.
Hospital Creek.
So is there anything to do with the Colonze? Is that a separate item?
We were potentially looking to use some of that budget for Colonze Street as well, because it's stormwater in Lawrence.
What about IC?
Pardon?
What about IC?
Not their kettle of fish. We resolved in the last LTP to take over Hospital Creek as a CEC maintained waterway.
So I think I've done Lawrence Hospital Creek, haven't I?
No.
Yep.
No, happy.
No, yeah, right, everyone. I'm sorry, I got right up to the critical. But South Otago Athletic Club.
No, I just ask how often this is used. Is it frequently
It's
used?
the one for the Nash Park
Oh.
playground and the like. But can I say, in this environment, there's one on the list that I was going to be this one. Push it forward 2 years or do something, but it's in my town as such. And while I would love to have it finished to tidy up everything.
Might be surplus funded, so
I
we have
think
to
it
just
was.
double check that with Sharon. Would have been I think it was investment surplus.
That's what I was going to say. So if it's investment funding, it should stay in.
Why?
Oh, why not?
Well, it hasn't got many potholes, and I'm sure the Toko Rugby Club car park has got more potholes, and it doesn't get serviced, so I'll be taking it on there.
Toko Rugby Club's got this much millings from the highway on it. It's like a blooming highway now.
Yeah,
it's awesome.
It's kind of like, I go back to Plantation Heights, which I shouldn't harp about, but I'm going to go. It's like we do these projects and we get them all but finished, and we're not actually prepared to just tidy up the last little piece. That group have worked really, really hard, and they're still working because they're about to do the pump track and everything, and then the stage 2. But we're not prepared to support them a little bit with 24,000, which has already been budgeted for to do the car park. That's a real good look to people coming to the town to our destination playground.
Yeah, it's only 24,000.
So righto, what we better do is, hold on, we'll just do it in more structure. Put them down again, we're doing this one properly. Go, hold it in, please, we're going to do this one properly. All those in favour, please raise your hands to Julie. Hold on, no, it hasn't. You have another look. And we got to 8, we got to 9 after a delay of about, no, put your hands up when we say it. Team. Hands down, all those that said no, please.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Stand up. So we've got to be precise on the hands up because that went very close to a split vote. There was 7 hovering there for long enough. Harriet, Sarah, what is it? Harriet and Katanka sewage treatment updates.
$7,000.
Yeah, all those in favour, Phil and the love. And the last, intake upgrades and installation.
So this is the intake, the improvements to the Abruptly water treatment plant intake. There is an allowance in there for the other structure that we've mentioned to enable it to be used safely.
Diving
exactly on. So there's a bit of work to be done with sort of confirming that with the youth council and staff. So we're asking for that to be moved forward to next year.
Councillor,
just one thing though, wouldn't it be correct though, Jules, we still haven't got, have we got formal sign off by council of the entirety of the program, so that if council had a different viewpoint once they see designs that it was like over the top or not over the top or whatever, council still has that ability to be able to, amend that. And all we're talking about, because the impact is next year, year 2, you have an ability to determine the year 2 rates, and so it won't necessarily, it won't be an issue for year 1 because you still have that opportunity. That's right. Yeah. So again, because it's carried forward, right? You can still decide you only want to spend 400 or 500 or whatever. And you can do that, and we'll be bringing that to you this year. And otherwise, it's not an issue.
Councillor Grant.
Is this the one that was looked at 5 years ago and drawn up and nothing done?
There was things done, but it hasn't had the upgrade. It had temporary measures put in place and scaffolding.
So it's obviously not urgent.
But design work has been undertaken over the last few months. So the next stage is to bring it back to council for sign off, and then we could go out to tender.
Don't we also have an issue? I thought we have a consenting issue or something around that intake, don't we? That's why the program is happening.
Yeah, I think is it a fish screen issue? I'm not sure. I'd have to double check.
Can I ask then, because I was just about to feel the warmth, and then I'm thinking in this environment, so if we're not getting pushed by a consent, then Councillor Graham's, it's not urgent. Of the 617, how much is the fish screen? We could get consent for 200,000.
There's safety issues and concerns with it, but it's been temporarily repaired, but it can't stay temporarily repaired indefinitely.
And have you already got the consent?
I'm not exactly sure what the consenting issue is with it. I'll have to double check. So I thought we had made some changes to the fish screen issue.
Can I just finish my questions? So 617, we need to spend every bit of that to come up to the consents and the...
No, Your Worship. But what we are saying is that if you bring it forward, you're already reducing year 1 by 617 in the rates. No matter what you do, if you say no, you're still reducing rates by 617. You bring it forward, carry forward, you're reducing rates by 617 in year 1. The only difference by bringing it forward is that you're changing year 2. But before it hits year 2, you can always make a decision in terms of what the actuals are going to be as a result. So you do have ultimate control on what that program will be.
So for me, in this environment, the ultimate thing is, do we have to meet consents? If there's a decent sized component of that doesn't meet consents, I may be considering vaporising it, but I don't have any way off that one liner of knowing what it is.
Through you, Your Worship, what we could do is with the report that's getting prepared, we can itemise out those individual costs for the councillors to then make their final decision. But we're just requesting at the moment that if we can carry forward that budgeted value, doesn't necessarily mean we'll utilise all of that because it'll be subject to council's decision from the report.
The trip up that I'm saying, guys, is that if we go, yep, and then in 6 months' time we've spent $112,000 on a diving board in this environment, there might be a bit of kickback.
No,
So
what we're saying to you is
I know what
your funding approval isn't project approval. We will be bringing to you back the project to determine the ultimate cost.
That's just what I was making sure.
I think you've actually answered it, Steve. Would you be coming back to us for that reservoir as a project to go before we went ahead with it? Like some of these reservoirs, you wouldn't be coming, so you'd be going to spend those figures of 477 and like that.
Or as little as we could to deliver 24-hour storage.
Okay. So we don't, so this going backwards. So Pomahaka and Wongaloa and Owaka reservoirs, those reservoirs currently do not hold 24-hour storage.
Not even close.
Okay.
Yeah, some of them are like.
So we're obligated under the regulations to have to hold 24-hour storage?
No, we're not obligated to hold it. It's good practice, and one of the problems we have is because we have so little storage. At water treatment plants, as soon as they have an issue and they shut down, our reservoirs go empty, and then there's a whole lot of other issues. So what we have found when we have we've done a number of reservoirs and increased them to 24-hour storage. When there's an issue at the plant, the reservoir might drop to 70 or 60%, but it doesn't go empty. The plant can be got back online, and then you don't have those same problems in the scheme. So it's good practice, and we've been discussing it with the water schemes and moving towards that for all of our urban areas as well.
Yeah. So the people that are connected to those schemes, are they not required to have a 24-hour storage?
They're required to have 2-day storage, but
48 hours.
Yes, they're required to have a minimum of 2-day storage. But that still, you can get airlocks and all sorts of things in the lines if the reservoir goes empty. So you avoid those things by having proper reservoir storage. We do have compliance issues with reservoir storage too, because we have to get a certain contact time for pouring. So in some places, in some schemes, that's causing us an inability to meet the drinking water standards by not having enough storage as well.
Right, team. Last one, we're going to put a hand up on stills this income. Everyone quite happy with that one? Please put your hand up here. I think that's a pass. Right up. So that's got those ones done. And now do I go to number 5, or have you? That is number 5.
This is the big kahuna list. Yep.
Right.
There was an extra set.
2 cents, eh?
There only been one. The ones with the orange lines and the green lines. Yeah, there's a key in the end. Greg's kindly done. Yeah, the ones with the orange lines.
That's one different.
No, this is the right one. So it should be a page numbering on the bottom right, and it should say project list includes adjustments made during water process and RWS recommendation, not carry forwards until approved.
He was looking at page 2.
Yeah, page 1.
Yes, he's got page 2.
So we're only looking at the colours though.
No, we're going to look at the whole lot. The colours are just indicating where there were changes to the space.
They're not blind, but as he put them.
Yeah, it's only page 1 on me. Don't.
Hold on. Flash it around.
Flash it. Shut it down. Radio team.
With the jerry can.
So we're going to go through this line by line. So what I'm trying to look for is a wee bit more efficiency, because we did that line by line. Actually, when we got to the end, we could have just mopped it all up as one in the end. We weren't to know that. So all I'm asking is, as we kick it off, hands fly up, we're all in tune. If we pay super attention, we're going to get through this. Go for it, Jules.
So the top section under transportation are operational costs, but they are put through the projects. So there's 0 for those. All of transportation, right down to where it says Milton Main Street project, are subject to NZTA funding, which we already discussed earlier today. So at this stage, you've made the decision to move some of that funding into for the non-capital stuff. So for those things, unless there's any specific projects you want to review here, I recommend those are.
Right, so I'm going to take that as one lump. Can everyone go through? Do you see where it's the Milton Main Street plantings, and the one underneath it is the Balclutha streetscape? So draw the line through there. So we're not including Balclutha streetscape. Is there anyone that
Milton.
All the Milton Main Street either?
Separate report.
So it goes down to the brown line. Has anyone got anything there? Is everyone feeling the love for that block?
Where it goes from transport to water.
Last one's bridge renewal.
Down to 63.
Yeah, 30063. So above that is all our assisted rating program, which is subject to the NZTA approvals.
So does everyone feel the love and I'm about to do a whole block vote on them? All those in favour, put your hand up. Ruthless efficiency, Jock?
Assisted what, Jules?
Assisted rating program, yeah, NZTA.
Right, so that's that block done. We are now, tell me, is it the next block or are we hitting one line?
So I think we probably need to do these as one line. It's Milk Main Street, separate report. We'll come back to that one.
Yeah.
Main Street plantings, you took that out last time, so there's nothing in there.
Yeah, is everyone happy with that? That's the,
No, it was the Balclutha Main Street plantings for redoing them, and you took it out from the previous review, so that's just here with 0.
Don't like it in this environment, yep.
The hub car park, Balclutha Streetscape Stage 2, there's a separate report on that, so you don't need to consider that one. And then we've got district-wide urban condition assessment of pipelines and modelling. So that's the first one, which is basically a good asset management for us to have a little bit of money each year to do some of that work.
Questions, Tim? Basically, it's needed, Jules?
It's only 25k a year, so it's not a lot.
Everyone, what's your thoughts? Has anyone got an opposing theory?
So it's what's definitely necessary.
It's to enable us to do modelling and assessment each year.
Modelling and assessment.
So everyone feeling the love?
Yeah.
Up we go.
Yeah.
Done.
So we did have a few pipeline renewals. The next 3 is probably that they were the ones that survived the wider program reductions. So they're actually relatively low. 200k for Balclutha, 64k for Lawrence, and 180k for Tapanui. So these are water renewals.
Questions, Jock?
Well, that there fits clearly with all the comments in the submissions about investing in infrastructure. We've got to have it.
Yeah.
Must have.
The only hesitation I had with that was that in Balclutha we had some cast iron pipes and it was just, they were still performing once every year or so. Someone might get a dirty lot of washing machine out of it. Pretty much, the town could survive. Are these pipeline renewals leakage for problems for whatever, or is the problems just minor and we could have actually sidestepped?
It's for ones where we've got ongoing like leaks. The cast iron mains have been taken out.
The Balclutha one in particular is the one main pipeline already that we recognise. We've had multiple years of maintenance operational costs, so it needs renewing with leakage.
Right, I'm going to take all 3 of them because there doesn't seem to be any extenuating circumstance to bring them out. All 3, everyone feeling love?
Yes.
When I say it and you don't feel the love, if you don't yell out, you're loving it.
So there's actually a few zeros for the next couple of lines until you get to the Clinton Township pipeline renewals, but that's out in year 3031. So I mean, it can just stay there.
Everyone happy with Clinton?
Yeah. We have got some small town water metering for consent requirements of 100k. So that we do have consent requirements that require us to do monitoring.
Weren't we just push back on that? There was councils that saying they weren't going to do their water metering.
We're not water metering. We're not metering people. We're metering areas within the towns. So it's to monitor for doing leak detection stuff and those sorts of things.
How many meters would you get for 100 grand, Jules?
If you connect them to the telemetry, you might only get 5. If they're fully online and telemated, maybe 3 to 5, depending on the telemetry cost.
Everyone happy?
Yeah.
We're moving.
Balclutha AC pipe renewals. So you see we moved that out of the first 3 years, so they don't kick in mostly until year 4, but there's a little bit in year 1. 100k.
What's that? So arbitrary, we moved them 3 years. What would happen if we moved them 5 years? 7 years?
Just an increase in risk. They aren't specifically failing now.
So if they're not failing, could we run the gauntlet until they do fail?
Well, we're running the gauntlet for a few years already, so we can look at that again in the next LTP.
So my question was going to be then, if that's the case, why are we doing it like in this year's budget, that 100?
Look, there may be a a couple of, I know there's one or two little problem areas, but
Okay,
Desperate need, right?
right,
that doesn't go very far too. That'll only fix one short area.
John.
right.
So Jules, with the district, well, like 5 minutes ago, we decided the district-wide condition assessment for pipelines and modelling. Would that answer some of those questions as to how that AC pipe is looking?
Yeah.
Yes.
It's about 5 or 6 ton.
Depends whether we spend it all on modelling or not.
So we're going to put 100,000 in for the desperates. We're running the gauntlet for 3 years. We could review it in an annual plan if we're getting tipped up.
And if there's nothing urgent, we may not even spend 100 grand this year.
Okay, everyone happy?
27, 28 on, yeah.
The rest of those other projects are outside the 3 years, so whether you want to look, and there's no way that Balclutha Reservoir is even going to be close to that cost. If we're doing a new reservoir for Balclutha, it'll be $1 million, $1.5 million.
It's the same as that Clinton one, you've got $1.5 million in year 4.
Yeah, there's no way we're going to be spending that much money.
You're meaning more?
No, less.
Less?
Clinton doesn't need $1.5 million reservoir.
So consequently, wouldn't that then be reflected in our 2027 or 28?
Yeah, but we should reduce it now.
Yes, so down to what, Jules?
What are we reducing it to?
Down to what?
I've already been alerting finance to those changes with those reservoir tanks going forward in future years, so those adjustments will be hopefully.
So we cross out those amounts at the meantime.
Changes to this.
So that amount of money is not in Balclutha or Clinton at the moment, then we
Well,
take.
there's a budget in 29-30 for Balclutha. That is not enough if we're going to replace the main reservoir.
Right.
It'll be about a $1.2 million reservoir.
Dane, did you have a question?
Yeah, well, it's up to water experts, all this sort of carry on, but you sort of started to wonder as well, put the question over as to, are these budgets definitely enough, or we're going to get surprises out of it? Yeah, we're planning to do these works next year, 24, 25. We, yeah, at the end of the day, we've got no idea, like, talk about Milton AC pipeline renewals. I mean, we've got no idea what we're talking about.
Oh, that Milton AC pipeline renewals that'll be scoping and design and tendering. So it's not the capital works. The capital works is in the future years. So we'll be doing the scoping and design and tendering, and then coming back to council to say, here's the scope of works we can do, and this is the budget we have available.
I can answer the questions
Yeah.
about the Balclutha. So just as in, with inflation and everything else, so for the Balclutha Reservoir storage tank, which is in the 29-30 year, we're currently having that at 663,000.6. I've recommended that we increase that to $1 million with the known costs until we can do the scoping and the determining on whether or not what type of tanks we do. And the Clinton Reservoir upgrade, which is currently in the 27-28 financial year, following scoping of this location, we're able to replace the current tanks with 16 30,000 litre tanks. Therefore, the current planned project budget in the LTP of 1.5 million in 27-28 can be reduced to 300,000. We propose to reduce the budget that is planned in 28-29 from 1.5 to 300,000. So we've already done that investigative work.
Okay, then.
You just need to make sure, Sharon, did you get on top of that?
We've got the numbers to actually do it. Are we actually reducing that one and increasing the other? Do we need a decision or?
I'm not going to take a decision because actually Donald's just revised her figures. So yeah, she had printed out a sheet today, yesterday. There's always figures coming through. Is that fair?
No, Your Worship, because we want you to tell us. that's
You've
the
just
changes.
told us.
Yeah, but you still have to agree. You're like, it's your line by line review. You asked us the question, we just given you the info, and we just want you to say yay or nay.
What was that 663 going to, $1 million?
So the 663.6K, we're proposing $1 million.
Is that $1 million in today's dollars?
That's in today's dollars.
So that'll be inflated.
And the other one was 300,000. Okay, team, so I'm going to take a vote on both of them. Everyone realise what we're voting on?
Yes.
All those in favour of those two, please raise your hands. We've done it. That was the ask. So what one are we down to
So
now?
there's not actually anything in the first 3 years for about the next few until we get down to Kaitanga water supply. You want to look at the outer years or just not worry about it?
Yeah, no. Hey, what Jules is saying is that we're going down and the only one's way out of year 8.
No, I'm just saying if there's nothing in the first 3 years, and it's just a straight line pipeline renewal, you want to review those line by line?
So if it's out in year 8 and that, we just keep ticking and going, do we?
Yes, but there's Kaitanga water supply pipeline renewals and.
Yeah, he said once we get down to there, we're back in the 3 years that we're talking about.
Yeah.
So down to Kaitanga water supply pipeline renewals, Jules?
Yep, so that's, I'm not exactly sure what that's for, but there's obviously quite a bit of pipeline renewals coming up in Kai, because in the outer years, there's actually more than 2.2 million.
So what we've done is we've done the same track of pump them out 3 years and see which way it's going.
There's a little, if there's an urgent repair.
Yeah, same as Bell Point or whatever that other one was. Everyone happy with that?
Yes, it's for Kai.
So the next two ones are the big ticket items on our very leaky Milton water supply. So the first is investigation and document preparation and tendering for the first 2 years, and we'll be looking to put a single large multi-year contract out for that. For lots of pipeline, a multi-year pipeline renewal contract.
Investigation and what, sorry, Jules?
Investigation and tendering.
And tendering.
Scoping in year 1.
So that's all around.
We're looking to have a program to get rid of the concrete and AC pipelines. All of them eventually around Milton, but this may not be enough to do it, but the scoping will let us know that.
Yeah, there's so many leaks, it's really bad.
It's over 6 million, so it's making
45% leakage.
So we're going to take all 3 of them. We know for long enough that there's been problems in Milton. Is everyone comfortable with where we're at?
Have to.
Please raise your hands. Beauty. Next one's management with manganese reduction.
So, we're really at the Milton water treatment plant upgrade, which we started the discussion before. So between iron and manganese reduction and increasing capacity, there's about 3.5 million over the next 3 years. And that's to bring the current site up to its full capacity. The testing we've done has shown that the manganese levels are actually below the threshold levels, haven't we, Linda? However, there is manganese there, so we suspect it's like potentially building up, and then periodically we have issues with it. So there's some scoping we can do there to potentially reduce that manganese reduction cost, but obviously at the start we'll be scoping and coming back with cost estimates to council. But we definitely think we need to look at capacity, maximising the capacity of the current site. We've invested in a new clarifier for the capacity of the current site. I mean, any longer term strategic work is going to take us a few years to get to. So we do think we need to make sure we've got the current site working as best it can. And if we want to look at some scoping work, we could potentially do that out of this budget.
Can you remind me what the manganese, what effects it has on the water, please?
So manganese is dissolved, so it goes through the treatment process unless you put something in. When you chlorinate the water, that's when it starts to precipitate out in the reservoir and the pipes, and it makes the little, you get dirty water when it, under certain conditions, we've had it a couple of times in Milton, makes your washing dirty, the water looks dirty, but it doesn't seem to be all over Milton. It's only some parts of it.
Can I colour you?
Thank you. Yes. But I don't live in Milton.
Through you, your worship, can I just check, is this the part where Councillor Volweiler was, you were saying, Jules, that we think we can accommodate some sort of strategic review within that? Do you think the budget needs to be increased to provide with a strategic review, or do you think the budget can handle the strategic review?
At this stage, I think the budget can handle the strategic review until we've done the scoping and all this sort of thing. So that could happen in parallel with the scoping work for the treatment upgrade.
Is that?
So just so that everyone knows what I'm looking at, from a staffing perspective at 5 o'clock, there are people that have to go home. And yeah, I'm going to push it to finish this. We are not halfway. So Jules, is there an issue that you can see that we're going to need one of these staff that we do it now, or do we just keep chugging?
I think the rest of this page is pretty straightforward, your worship. There's There's 2 AC pipeline projects and there's an urban water loss project, which again, will be doing some more zone measuring.
Yeah, there's quite a few zeros.
Milton.
Can we tidy up this page by saying is that any of those remaining ones, because quite a few are zeros, that anyone's got an issue with, wants to change, get rid of? Or can we have a show of hands to dust up the page? Dust it up it is. Did we make any changes out of all of that?
Yes, you did.
You did? Yeah.
All right, we're making changes.
Right, page 2. Is everybody ready for page 2? My first question is for Linda. Do we need $102,000 for backflow prevention in year 2, considering we're already into that program now?
No, any devices that are needed will be funded by property owners.
Okay, so we can take that one out.
Beauty. All those in favour of that?
All right.
Yeah.
My other question is installation of signboards at water takes. Why would we leave that to year 2? If we need to do that, do we not need to do that sooner rather than later?
Even up front,
Okay.
so we should be doing it now if it's required. Really extent.
How many signs do you get from 51,000? Sounds like a hell of a lot.
Does sound like a lot.
Yeah, well, the water treatment plant.
We do have a number of takes, but
I've got a lot of election billboards that I can assure you I will never ever use again.
so
Let's just
if
turn
I
around.
can request, Your Worship, if we will not spend it if we don't need to, but can we bring it forward into next year?
Yes.
If we do need to do it, we'll need to get on with it.
Everyone happy with that? Is that a unanimous? So when Jules is saying these are here against it, make a lot of noise to wake me up with you.
The Milton to Tokuiti Water Network extension is one that was considered by council a couple of years ago, and that is needed for Springwell Rise to ultimately have its full firefighting flows. It's because it's not fully developed at this stage, but we have also indicated that that would be able to serve the Tokuiti community, and there's still some decisions to be made on whether they change to on demand and those sorts of things. So there's a bit of scoping work on that. But we're requesting that that stays in there because we need that for that subdivision to ultimately fully have firefighting capacity.
Was there a revenue offset, Jules?
Yes, there's revenue offset for part of that cost, and that was so as those other subdivision stages come online, there'll be contributions towards that pipeline.
So
not the full cost though.
Can I ask, because we're the first 2 years, not being awful, but that subdivision hasn't had too much moving. Is it? If we didn't do it, are we only doing it for the subdivision? And then should we be talking to the guy because the movement I've seen in the last 18 months or so would mean we could poke it out a few years if that was the only reason we were doing it.
Yep, definitely.
I don't know why it's stalled, but nothing has happened there for.
There's been other new houses built up. John Fagan's.
Yeah, but are they on rural? They'll be on rural, Bruce.
Yes, they are. Yes. Can I just ask a question then? Is the developer putting any funding towards it whatsoever, seeing as it is for fire? So he is?
Yeah, there's when council approved this extension, you also approved an additional financial contribution for connections to that. So there's a recovery of, I can't remember the exact figure, but in addition to the financial contribution, there's a little bit more to recover part of this cost, not all of it, because this also makes provision for the rest of that block to develop, and there should be, if there's future development around the rest of that block, then they'll be able to connect to this pipeline as well.
So in answer to, is there anything there? My husband's nephew is a builder, and there is people booking up to build houses there, so there have been sections sold. I don't know why they've not started yet, but there's definitely builders being booked up to start building.
Then can we just add the one proviso that we talk with the developer to link in?
Just to see.
Everyone happy with that?
Yep, we do want to make sure we're not holding up the development too.
Oh, yeah, no, don't want that.
To be in front of them.
Something's happening there.
Thank you.
So we do, the next bit, the capacity upgrades in year 9, so I don't think we need to worry about that now. FAC monitoring stations, Linda, are they 2 years away or are they?
Some of them we need to do earlier.
So we might have to split that budget over next year and the year after. Is that?
So that's going to be
450.
225 each way, or?
Yep.
Was it, Monday? Yep, okay.
One whole lot of it will be done.
So 225 each way, everyone's happy with that?
Yes.
We move it. 449.
So the next project is just a small amount of money each year to support extensions for growth with our current sort of into the transitional zone. So when we do have developments, we have requests to extend it, and we look at it as to is there potential for future growth that this would contribute to, and then if that's the case, we might contribute to part of the pipe cost to extend.
So is that in one specific area, Jules, or it's over the whole board?
It's a budget provision, and there's another, I think there's a wastewater project for supporting growth as well.
Yeah.
And then we've got some nice to haves out in years 5 and 6. So those are recommended for redundancy for additional UV and filters. I'm not sure that'll go to filters. It would go to UV, but I think we need to do scoping and review that for the next LTP.
We've got time to think of that for the next LTP.
And then we've got backwash treatment systems. So there's 3 in a row there. So there's investigation and design in year 1, and then a capital cost in year 2 for those. Exactly what they're going to cost will depend on that initial scoping as well. But it's pretty clear we can't continue to discharge what we're currently discharging out of our backwash systems.
It's a consent, we've got to do it.
There's no options that standards are going to change there, Jules, is there? These are ORC consent requirements.
Yeah, I can't see that changing at all. It's just the standards of requirements have ramped up well and truly. And when you look, there are some impacts as well, so we do have to do something with those. The one I would just flag, we do have the Balclutha Bridge water main renewal, but it is out in year 7. We have had that fail a couple of times in the last 4 years, so there is a risk that will have to be brought forward if, for example, we do have a couple more failures on that. They are very expensive fixes when you do have to go and do it, so it makes sense to do that sensibly. I do see we've got a Balclutha intake renewal here too, which we've just approved a carry forward of 600k. So I think this one can come out because we're going to do a fix rather than a renewal. So that'll take 1.7 million out of the budget.
So what year do you want to bring forward the bridge one?
Don't want to bring it forward. We'll wait until we've done the investigations and then we'll come back to the council with the recommendation. We'll leave it out there for now. But we've had 2 in about 5 years. So we'll see how it goes. Criteria intake renewal, that's basically been paused until we're doing, and we've got strategic work underway to look at what the options are there. We just think that's a really expensive intake to put that much money when we need to do the strategy work to say, does it make sense to actually build a bigger plant in Stirling, like Kaitangata, for example, or bigger plants in Balclutha, for example. So there's already strategic work underway. That's in years 2 and 3, so we'll have that work done well in time to bring back to you to look at those strategic options.
So do we take that out, or we hold them?
We're going to have to do something, so I think it'd be good to just leave it in there until we've confirmed what we're going to be doing, because there is going to have to be some money spent. There's something in the budget for that. We don't want to spend that money if we find out by Kaitangata needs to be renewed in 5 years' time. Because we've sunk $3 million into a Plymouth intake that we might not use. So that's definitely something we want to clarify before we get close to that project. Kaitangata water treatment plant renewals, we're not going to do that'll just be some minor equipment and bits and pieces. And then we've got a Kaitangata water take consent.
So you won't need the 94?
We shouldn't do. If we're going to, we shouldn't need that. I think we can take that one out. That's all right. And I'd recommend we also take out the Purua renewals because we've got big, that is 360062. Yep, and the reason for that is in another location, we've got $6 million for a new water treatment plant. So why would we be doing renewals on it? We're going to build a new water treatment plant.
What number, sorry?
Yeah, it's just, it would have come out of our asset management system for a bit of equipment. So, and again, there's strategic reviews to be done before we commit to that because it's not necessarily the right location for a water treatment plant. We've discussed it with the Rural Water Scheme Committee. It may be a bigger plant at Whiteley Road on the Clutha River with a better water supply. that we pump to the Richardson South or even Belclutha. So that work's underway at the moment as well. Balmoral 2, so these other pipe renewals. Yeah, we've got to do it. If we've got a consent coming up for renewal, we've got to renew it. 20 years ago, it was a staff member filling in a form and it took about half an hour. Now you've got to spend tens of thousands of dollars on consultants and all sorts of reports to go through the consenting process, but that's just the way it is. So the rural water scheme pipeline renewals and bits and pieces will have gone through the rural water scheme budgets. So I would suggest that the rural water scheme budgets we don't review, because the rural water scheme committees will have already done that. And when you adopt those water scheme budgets, you'll be adopting those. And there was a few changes, wasn't there, Sharon? But they were pretty minor. And if the council's in agreement, those changes will be made tonight when Sharon does the capital update. The ones from the rural water scheme committees.
So that takes us down to 362028 on the next page, or?
There's one there, the big green one, and the Greenfield Bore project, is that an updated number?
That was what was left. If you look at what green is, adjustments to bring forward budgets, blah, 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 already approved by council. So that has been superseded by your decision today.
So that needs to be revised to 5.2.
Sharon will do that based on your previous decision. No, it's that plus 5. Because that's the residual of the 19.8.
It's a big number.
Yeah.
So other than that, we're heading down.
Mistake. There's a whole lot of silly fluoridation ones. So we come down to wastewater, which is the yellow line about the middle of
just before we do that, Jules, that's 6 million for pure plant renewal.
Yep. So that we're doing a strategic review like we're doing with Kaitangata. It's like, what's the best option? Is the current site the best place for it? The Purua River does have taste and odour issues every summer, but we need to look at the option of a bigger plant at Whiteley Road. And would it make sense for a bigger plant at Belclutha, and we pump out to that area too? Or potentially a new plant on the Clutha River, closer to the Sakaka Point. But yeah, I'm not sure that would be the best idea, just because of the flood risk out there. But there's a strategic work happening. There will be discussions with council and the Water Scheme Committee well in advance of that. That's why we pushed it out for a couple of years.
So we're all the way down to wastewater.
Yes.
I don't know, I better get a vote on that. Everyone happy for everything above wastewater? Yep. Just put your hand up, everyone's, yep, down there.
Can I ask a question?
Sure can.
All those fluoridations on
We took them out last time.
so why are they here?
They're
Why are they still here on the paper?
We just haven't taken out the zeros. Sorry, Councillor Kennedy. This was your original list, and just in case someone said, "Oh, I want to review the decision of taking something out," we just left them on there.
Okay. Sorry.
No, that's fine.
Just before we tick down to them, I know it's 5 o'clock. Is the staff, 5 o'clock was the cut off. I was meant to stop the meeting at 5 o'clock. We had that meeting that would go to 5 o'clock. Am I doing it right, team, that we just keep on going? Or do we come back tomorrow morning and try and... I don't believe we're halfway. That's my problem.
Well, we probably are about halfway, I'd say.
No, I mean halfway of the whole exercise. No. There's more meaty things at this end of the book than that end of the book. I'm happy to stop it now at 5 o'clock like what we said, but it seems a bit disjointed. What's our legal requirement? So we can just go for as long as we want that.
Have a vote.
Yeah, to go to 5 o'clock. I thought the extended time was till 5 o'clock, but
Sharon would really like to go to
well, we don't, Jancy. Just making sure I haven't got any. They're not revolting.
Yep.
Despite what everyone's been saying, they're not revolting.
I think there's a bit of mumbling around the room, Your Worship, and it may be worthwhile taking it a poll.
I'd pay to listen.
I'd rather do more days, mate.
Go what?
Sure, a poll by hand to find out who's keen to stay and who's not.
Righto, let's do it. Okay. All those that wish to continue to at least what Sharon needs to be finished, raise your hand.
Which is?
this program.
Just this?
All right, it's just this.
Yeah, just this to get Sharon out the way, there's a reason. Those that are getting that,
This
We're all
page,
tired.
Just this,
We're all tired.
this
We're all
page,
tired.
well, this was Sharon.
Oh,
These last 2.5 pages.
right, we're gonna put our heads down.
for Sharon.
meeting on Friday morning.
For Sharon.
That's for Sharon, we're doing it for Sharon. And Greg, of course. Righto, Jules, tell us what number and we're eyes down to look at. It's like bingo, guys. Eyes
So
down
we're
to
at
look
the
at.
first wastewater line. And the next, so that line is similar to the water, condition assessment and modelling, so we can deal with requests for connections and those sorts of things. So about 50 grand a year.
Yeah, I'm just gonna keep on going until we get a box and then have a vote on
So there's also some sewage treatment plant assessment and future renewals. That's basically going to be professional services for what we can do with our plants. I mean, that potentially could come out and we just deal with that with our compliance upgrade budgets. So if you want to, we can wipe that one out.
What's the implications, Jules?
Well, we've got compliance upgrades down below. So where we've got issues, we've got some compliance budgets to deal with them.
Sorry, which line number?
The 81981.
Yeah, so at the bottom of that page, we've got Awaki compliance upgrades, Tapanui compliance upgrades, Lawrence compliance upgrades over the next page. So 80 grand pales in comparison to the couple of million that's there for compliance upgrades.
So you're saying we could take out the 17?
Yes.
Right, let's do it.
Everyone happy that they're going out?
No, no.
4017.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, okay,
Because there's other.
we've got a
ones.
fair idea already where we're at with our plants, haven't we?
We do.
We already have. We've had Lawrence and Blaze with this place.
So go down, Ken, to 400017, wastewater
Hang on.
sewage treatment plant assessment and future renewals. First line is 81,981. Jules is saying wipe out those four line.
That whole
Yes.
line.
We know what's.
So now we're
So then,
with you, Jules, and we're hauling.
next line.
So we've got extensions for growth. So that's a nominal amount, same as the water one.
Oh, yeah.
Someone's in the urban area, we need to do a short extension to connect them up. That gives us some budget to do it. I think there's another wastewater one for that too.
They're way out though, Jules.
No, that's in the first 3 years.
Yeah.
So we can see that, is that pretty standard, Jules?
It's potentially too light because that's a nominal budget amount. It depends how much work comes in during the year.
But that would be from a subdivision, so you get developer contributions, is that correct?
Sometimes, not always. If it's within the urban area, it doesn't always need a subdivision. If someone wants to connect and they're in the urban area, but the pipes don't go to where they are, we need to extend them to allow them to connect.
Okay.
Is
So
that,
it just sits there.
is that the law, is it? That you run the sewer to the section?
It's not the law, it's the approach we've taken when they're in the urban area. When they're in the transition area, there's a bit of a debate about what future connections there may be. When they're in the rural area, we would expect the person wanting to connect to pay for that full cost. Because we haven't made an obligation to connect them if they're in the rural area, which we sort of have in an urban area.
So I just ask, have we got the right dates at the top on the right-hand side there? Because you've got Oxidation or Balclutha, 22, 23 at the top.
Oh, should be.
Typo.
Is that a typo?
Yeah, 32, 30, 33, 33, 34.
Been on the first 2 pages too, but it's 30.
Those have already been paid for.
Good spot.
10 years. Yep, we'll keep going. So the oxidation pond desludgings are a fair way out. There may be 1 or 2 of those we have to talk to you about bringing them forward. And looking at those prices, they're looking light.
When was Balclutha last done?
A few years ago.
Yeah.
Just about needs it again already in one location, one part of it.
So, just another little quick question on those. So look at those geo bags still sitting around some of our sites. No budget to mop them up. Is there are we obligated to go and mop that up, or what are we doing?
We had a previous project to do it, and we never quite got round to doing it. We need to look at what we're going to do with them because potentially they could be useful at Mount Kiwi. Some of them haven't dried out like we expected them to as well. So we do have to have a look at that, but we'll work on that over the next for the next 3 years.
Does the bag deteriorate? Some of them have been there for quite some years, haven't they?
They have.
Disposed?
Yep.
Are they meant to be disposed of buried?
They're either meant to be taken away or buried and just grassed over on site. But I would be reluctant to do that on our sites because then you've got nowhere to dewater next time because you've used your prime spot for dewatering. So we definitely need to address that over the next couple of years.
So for de-sludging, do you need more in the budgets for those?
We do, but at this stage, they're so far out, I think that's just part of the assessment work we need to do over the next LTP. Yep. So sewer pipe network renewals, so there's some meaty ones in year 3. I'm not sure exactly what they are, but we've already got our wastewater team identifying renewals where we've got high levels of infiltration. So I wouldn't be recommending we take that out. We refine where we're going to do them.
Everyone happy with that?
Well, so there's 100 grand enough in the coming year. We know we've got heaps of infiltration.
We potentially could use our compliance to do some of those too because they are causing compliance issues.
Everyone's happy with it, Jules.
Yep. Okay.
Pump station?
Yep. Pump station renewals, just basic. There's not a lot in the first couple of years. Next big ticket item is the Clinton wastewater treatment plant consent renewal or land treatment upgrade. $7 million. So we've already talked about issues today that might change the landscape and the regional water plan. At this stage, that's our best estimate. But, and again, with what you've also decided today, we're only going to be allowing for 80% of the program for that. So we'll be reducing that a wee bit through that process. So there's some network extensions. I thought we'd done Paul Street. I'm not sure that needs to be there.
That was water one.
Might be a sewer extension as well. Yeah, it's year 2, that one there.
Yeah.
We've got to renew our outflow pipeline at KP.
Is that out to the sea?
Yeah. It is, but I just wonder whether we should be really thinking about that if we're going to be moving to a different sort of discharge. So the question is, can it hold on until we do the other work? So that would be the question mark with that. Yeah, well, if we're going to go to a different land treatment option, then we would be removing that rather than renewing it. So maybe we just need to, I know it's been highlighted by the water team.
Better leave it in.
It's year 2.
Yeah.
We'll we'll see how it goes. Melbourne's shifted out, and then we get into so there's a little bit of network renewal, and then we get into our compliance upgrades, which we definitely recommend we should keep in there for next year.
So that's that page?
Yep.
Can I just get a show of hands? Everyone's happy with those ones? A whole lot mocked up?
Yep. We're not going to spend it, we don't need to. And some of those compliance upgrades may well, for a Weka and Tapanui, may well be manhole replacements that have got really high I&I. And not necessarily just at the plant for that.
So Jules,
just non-compliances at the plant.
that next page, there's quite a few lines that aren't doing anything. So do we go down to Clinton sewer pump station upgrades?
Yep, they look like renewals. Did you have some budget changes too?
Yeah, did you want me to talk about those ones now? Or is it
Particularly big ticket items once you get further out in the years.
Yeah, but we've got another LTP where we would take care of that. It's not fundamentally going to change our rates impacts in the first 3 years.
But absolutely, there's really big. Particularly the wastewater plant at 50 million is a big ticket item.
We're lobbying the MP. That figure needs to stay. Needs to be. We talked about an hour or two ago. That needs to be highlighted.
And that's the whole point. So that's the area that we have to focus on as we get closer to it, don't we?
Yeah.
Around things.
Well, we need to start focusing on it now with local central government, don't we? Yeah.
So if we move to project 402013, which is the Kaitangata membrane replacement project.
Oh, well, we're sort of,
There's a few before it. Pump
the
station
Clinton
renewal.
sewer pump station upgrade.
So that's necessary.
Yep. And if we get it at the price of the Manakui one, we'll have heaps spare. If it costs us as much as the Hawker one, we won't have enough.
So is your first figure in those 3 lines, well, the renewal ones, is that your design and
Yeah,
consents and
scoping,
that?
yeah.
Right. Thank you.
Design, scoping, and then construction the following year.
And then your network extension and to transitional growth, zone growth, the 100.
Yep, that's similar to the one we had before. So we had one for extending connections. So it's effectively a provision to enable us to support growth around the urban areas. The one that we do need to do some work on, which I'm not sure it will stay in there at that figure, is a new trade waste facility at Abruptly. Just $1 million is not economic with the amount of trade waste we receive. But I know that the ops team have been doing work on a lower cost option for that. So we might come back to you during this financial year, but I think we should take that one out. There's no way we're spending $1 million for the volumes of trade waste that we receive.
Right.
Well, that could be brought forward to early in the year.
Yes, but it won't be. I mean, there's just no way that $1 million is viable. So it will be a lower cost option. It might be 100 grand or 100 or 150 grand or something like that. I'm not sure. We'll wait for the team to do the work. I will have to come back with you with a proposal to say trade waste, sucker truck waste customers will need to pay an increased cost because we've got to recover the cost of this facility. So I think until we've done that work and bring it back to you, we'll take that out. Donna, membrane replacements.
Yep, thank you. So the Kaitangata membrane replacement, we've currently got $200,000 in year 1. We propose to remove that budget completely because the work's has occurred this year.
Already bought them. We haven't installed them, but we've bought them.
Can I ask a question? Well, when we first put these in, and we've got water treatment plants that are exactly the same, there was talk at the time when the water ones were worn or not working, they could actually be used in the wastewater. Is that the case? The membrane itself? Possibly. You can't go the other way, but you can.
Yeah, possibly. It could be. We haven't got our water ones at the end of their life yet. So what we have had with Kaitangata is that with those issues we've had in the winter, they've all got fouled up. So we've had to buy the set for the Kaitangata. We potentially could trial that for here.
As long as we just look in the future, next time the ones at Glenkennick or whenever they pop up for renewal, I mean, it might even be cost effective to replace them a year or two early if it's cheaper to put those ones then into the wastewater treatment plant.
Yep, Whiteley Road will fit those same.
Yeah, so if we've got a program to. Thank you.
There's not
Project
Stormwater plant.
402014, the Harriet membrane replacement. So we're proposing to reduce the budget from 100,000 to 50,000 because we've actually got known market rates for that. And then again, we propose to reduce the budget that's planned in 31-32 from 114.6 thousand to 50,000, but that's today's rates, Sharon. So we'd have to inflate that.
It'll be half.
Future years.
Yeah, it'll be 57.
Yeah.
60.
Few
Yeah.
months now.
That's true.
And then there's not much for a few years for the desludging projects until we start to get down to stormwater.
Yeah. That definitely needs done.
Which one? Baxter Street?
No. Ajax.
Can we just get the sequence
Yep,
right?
so Baxter Street's the first one.
And it's
further out.
past the LT pit.
Yep. So Ajax Street is only design in year 3 and installation in years 4 and 5. I think we pushed that out last time. From memory, might not be 100% correct, but it doesn't rain in Milton anymore, does it?
Keep going.
Yep.
Everybody wants to finish.
Yep.
Quinton North Street.
Yeah, it's just an upgrade, drainage upgrade, pretty minor.
Yeah.
Stormwater network renewals, we have got a couple of issues in Clutha we need to work through with. There's under capacity pipes. Clinton, Kai. And then Milton's really your big ticket item that starts in year 3. So
there's real issues there, isn't there?
yeah, I suspect one of the ones we haven't done in Milton, which that's about the right price, is the the Abercrombie Street diversion, but yeah, that might be a bit tough if you put a swimming pool in the way. So yeah, I think that's the outstanding maintenance.
Just do stormwater.
Yeah, just put a library beside the stormwater. Here's one.
Yep. So there's a few minor ones there until we get down to Tapanui.
I've got a change for that one.
Yep.
So project 450039, the Tapanui York Street Forest Street pipeline capacity. With me?
Yeah.
So currently it's in the 25-26 year, I think it is, for 373,000. The line is in very poor condition and causes flooding into Wood Street, into a particular property. The line has had CCTV inspections and found to have multiple obstructions and collapses along the line. We've received one estimation to date for the replacement. It's 416,000.
No.
Due to the urgency required for this work, we request that this project be brought forward into the 24-25 year with an increased budget of 420,000.
So what's the total, sorry?
So we're wanting
450.
450.
It's only an estimate. Still got to go to tender. Professional services.
Yeah.
Okay, so 450 in year one, please. Take it out of year two.
Yeah. Everyone happy with that?
Yes.
Just a,
Necessity.
yeah, loud if you've got an issue with your head down and looking down, plowing to the finish line.
I think that's all mine.
For the rest of those, until you get down to like the pump station upgrades and capacity modelling, that's again what we've already talked about to enable us to assess.
So that's that brown line, orange line, Jules?
Above the orange line.
Yeah, just one above the orange line. That Lawrence stormwater, they get major flooding too. There's 136 grand going to fix them up with the other carryover.
We've got 250k as well. That's only the first start of it. We're doing there's one immediate one, and then there's a report, catchment reports come back. So at this stage, it's going to, until we actually figure out exactly what the solution is, that'll be coming back once we've done the catchment, all the emissions catchment. It'll definitely fix the immediate issue that's been identified in Colonzo Street, but it won't fix the whole town.
Right, so
it's like an open drain issue. Can I just?
Yeah.
Can I just quickly ask, Donna, the next one down from the Tapanui one you talked about, it's staying there, it's about the right figure, the 609 Sussex Street.
We haven't started scoping or anything like that yet in year two.
So it just stays there. Thank you.
So, Tim, we're going down, I believe, to the brown line of Mount Cooey wastewater pump station. Just hands up that everyone's okay with whatever's above it.
Yep. So the pump station's an existing tender price that you've approved. Now, the rest of the Mount Cooey work is all subject to the resource consent and then work to determine that a new cell is viable. So it's budgeted at this stage on that basis. We're still working through the consenting side of things. So those are subject to that and further financial assessment to make sure that it's still viable and our best option.
If it wasn't, what year do we have to start kicking in with some super big?
Well, we're going to have to kick in with, there'll be some stuff we have to do there, like the transfer station and the waste reduction space, but we'll then be looking, our operational costs will go up because we'll be carting waste to other places rather than spending our own capital. So there'll be an impact in a different way rather than through the capital budget. We're still going to have to do the capping and those other bits, those other costs. But that's going to be a cost we have to do to finish off. If we decide not to proceed with Mount Cooey, once we've done the financial work, we're still going to have to do the capping and move forward on that basis. Yep, so library's been amended on the previous report.
Lawrence?
No, we include that. Lawrence, just some,
That's already been amended, is it?
So, Bill, we're taking out the 390, changing it to.
We're just applying your decision. We took out years 7 and 8. We shifted 30 into year 1 and retained the 50 of the 360 that we
So the first column is
library
what?
50. So Tapanui Is that subject to a separate report?
Was starting with this decision, I was actually going to ask in that decision whether that 696 would be brought forward, subject to whatever decision was made.
It's happened earlier.
Yeah, so that's,
Separate report, though.
yeah, so we would come back to that line depending on what you discuss for the separate report item for Tapping.
Community centre.
Yeah.
Yep, library books. Still need to buy books, obviously.
Yeah.
He's not here. So yes, the Milton Community Library and pool components, they're subject to a separate report.
Yeah.
So we don't worry about those. Community services and facility strategy, so that's money for working out what we're going to do with those community halls. That's just a line that's there. Okay. Sorry, was there a question?
Everyone right?
Yeah. Yeah.
They'll close
Swimming pool's just minor renewals work.
Gee.
And that's that page done. We're lucky last. That's
Milton services. We get their team, we're hit. Right out. They'll close the boiler replacement.
Yep, so just we have ordered the boiler, we've had to, because otherwise, the filter, because otherwise we wouldn't have had it in time for the shutdown. So it's ordered, but we're not paying for it until July. The 500 is nominal, we obviously won't spend that if we don't need to, but there potentially are some building alterations that have to be made, as well as the new filters. We're putting 2 filters in, aren't we, Donna? So that way, if we've got one out, we can still operate the pool. So we've got a bit of redundancy with the new filters. But we won't spend 500, I wouldn't have thought on that based on the cost estimate so far. But we don't know exactly what it's going to be.
You can't reduce it by anything then?
Well, it won't kick in until the following year anyway, but we're just not 100% sure because there is building alterations and stuff to make too. But the filter costs, as we had a submission, the filter costs are nowhere near that cost.
The pool safety and amenity, what's that, please?
I think there's a Kelly's not here. I'm pretty sure the concrete walls there actually are earthquake prone, so we're looking to demolish those and basically extend the outside area, so it includes the entrance to the meeting room. And that'll get rid of the risk of the earthquake risk of those walls, but also improve the usability of that space around the pool and the pool meeting room.
So does it need to be done in 25, 26? Then is just my question. Is it urgent?
It's probably, they are doing work on it now, but I mean, we'll see where they get to this year and what they can do from the current budget.
Yep,
You'll
that's fine.
note that's not in year one. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was just a question. That answers it. Thank you.
Build an RMP, some pretty little items there after year one. Whether you would bother having that in there would be my question. $1,200 per annum.
Yeah,
The 23 I could see would make sense, but the rest I wouldn't have thought you would leave it there.
We're taking them out, Tony?
No,
Get the 23 there, take the rest out.
What do we need the 23 for?
It's RMP additional work that comes back from the community. So work around the pools. They've got a dog park. There's a whole range of things to be identified.
Just leave those other wee ones in the meantime.
Hold on.
We're suggesting this be removed, Your Worship.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying, and that's what we had to vote on, and then it was just suggested, so double the vote was, are we removing the wee ones? We keep the 23, all those in favour, hand up. Our place, West Otago project.
70k a year for 3 years. But I thought we already had that funded from investment service.
I'm wondering why Westgate is only one that's named it. Why aren't all the rest other outpost ones?
I'm not sure why that's.
Just for context and picking on next time.
Sharon, can you confirm how that's funded? You got more. We'll carry on. We'll let you have a look.
Why is it considered in here?
580037. So there's a few that we've taken out. Naston Park rock wall repair. That 30k is for investigation and consenting. It's not for the physical works, based on what it costs us to do Poonaware. So once we've done that work, we'll come back to you through the annual plan and give you an indication of the cost. And we've talked about the maintenance, Mount Stewart, for the maintenance there.
That's from previous decisions or something.
That was from the previous capital review.
Yeah.
Been reduced from what it was. And you did keep the Backcliffe Showgrounds irrigation in year 3. So So whether you want to retain that or take it out, that's
Push it out at least.
Yeah.
push it out or remove it.
Push it out. Well, let's push it out to the next LTP.
So put it to year 6.
Yeah, push it out to C.
2099.
Okay, we better get a vote on it. Tell me which way we're voting.
There's a valid reason for it being there.
Remove it.
And, I don't, like, I'm saying push it out probably 1 year to the next LTP, but there is a valid reason for that being there.
Which is,
They've all got their reasons.
You want to know the honest reason? They put a thing down the middle and it stuffed up the original plan. That's why they're doing it.
so what's it for a gate, please?
The showgrounds, the ball ring and the one beside it, but it was meant to be a big sports ring and they put it down the middle and stuffed it up. So the money's there, but let's just push it out.
Till when?
No, 1 year.
1 year.
Into the next LTP.
We'll need to show hands if it's 1 year because there's a bit of dissent.
So 1 year, who's all in favour of 1 year?
Yeah.
Yeah, go. Hold on, 1, 2, 3, 4. No, that's not passed. Okay, come on.
Sorry, I didn't think that.
Bloody hell. Okay, let's put them all down and we're starting again. Don't look around to see what your mates are doing. Everyone that's moving the 100,000 out 1 year, please put your hands up.
Yes.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
There you go.
See, that's getting close, guys, to a split vote. We've got to get the hands up fast because tomorrow we're going to have some gnarly ones. People are going to start getting vouchers.
We'll hold a domain in foreshore, that's dealing with erosion there.
Yeah, that has
Have
to
to
stop.
do it.
And then the rest are just the community centre renewals for the next about 6.
I wonder, we probably, I think we're revisiting, talking about Horse later on too.
Yeah, money more.
Money more is one.
I suggest we take out Vaucluse public conveniences renewals, 9 grand.
You just increase that.
Yeah,
Where
we've
is that?
put a little bit more in the non-routine when
You
the
put more
when
than
things get
non-routine.
broken off.
Get rid of it.
About Melton.
They'll get rid of it. It's got a new
Take it
one.
out.
Session burn.
So I'll just check. Belflutha and Milton we're taking out. Everyone happy?
And so what about, sorry, the hall at Moneymore, because it's in a,
Subject to a further decision later on.
okay, thank you, because it's not a good.
The Mount Stewart Reserve toilet, we've discussed,
Oh,
that's proposed to replace it with a Volt type toilet.
It needs, because there's
Is
all
it?
the
Yeah.
cyclists.
It is 45, that report for the Henley one was 15 for the Volt, so.
Nah,
45,
well, I
but-
think, wasn't it 30 or 35 for the Henley?
No, I think it was 15, I was like, that's actually not too bad, is it?
15, there's no way it's right.
No,
And then Henley report.
No,
No.
it's not that. I
What
I
did
wrote
say?
it, I'm sure it was 30 or 35. We can reduce this to that
We'll
amount.
look it up over a drink in 10 minutes or half an hour, whatever's coming first.
This could be reduced to whatever that amount is.
It needs to be done because all the cycle ones go through there, so.
Whiskey Gully Domain, push it out. How long, councillor Kennedy? Next
Well,
LTP.
not you. Push it out.
7
Take
years.
it out.
1 year.
Michelle, take it
Delete.
out.
Not totally delete it, but push it right out.
Go out to 27, 28, we're going to next LTP one.
So out by 2 years?
Yeah.
Yep, done. Black Gully, 126 grand.
What's in
That's already out on
Those
the
substantial
Yeah.
toilets, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, that's cool.
Remove.
No, we just pushed it out, let the LTP decide it.
Right, so we've got new public convenience renewals. I think that's just probably, that's why we can remove some of those other ones, because there's some there for renewals.
Just, Jules, just back from that, you've already shifted that toilets up to too big amount. Where's the money allocated to?
Yeah, we took that out in the previous review because it's under the 150K for the Lawrence relocation. That's actually for all the toilet relocations. We should change the name of that project.
Yep.
Yeah.
So we'll need that 150 to do those relocations. Lawrence Cemetery Road extension, that'll be reserve funded out of cemetery reserves. District-wide extension to cemetery, that'll be reserve funded as well. What's the condition assessment? Do we know that?
Yeah, it's out.
Ah, okay, I know what that is. That's, Kelly's not here. That'll be for community housing units, looking at the code. So it's basically doing some work on our community housing units and.
So
Yes, but it's more for what's the maintenance program we've got to do for the next LTP and those sorts of things.
Yeah, so it should stay.
We won't, if we don't need to spend it, we won't. But that's so we've got the info when we're doing the LTP each time. And then there's the new builds and the maintenance program that's subject to a separate report with Kelly's report. Kaka Point camping ground renewals that will be funded from camping ground income. Then you've got the IT stuff, which Skulk's already asked for some carry forwards, and those are the routine things we do with our IT stuff and aerial photography and those sorts of things.
So there's nothing to be changed in any of them internal services till we hit the blue.
Other than resealing the Rosebank office car park, which we need to get on and do because it's starting to come in bits a wee bit. So the sooner we get that resealed, the sooner it'll last and stuff.
I will say another thing. It's in this environment, if people are quite rightly saying that they're pushed to the wall and then they hear that the council secondary one, yeah, I get it. I'd love to see it sealed. But is this the right time and the right place? I know it's only 50,000, but what's the message we're putting across?
So just to confirm, it's not sealing the gravel car park, it's doing like every 15 years, if you seal your car park, it saves it from actually having damage.
Right,
Keeps it waterproof layer.
Oh.
Otherwise it costs you more in maintenance.
Can we push it out, Nick?
So which one is it?
50,000.
Right, yeah.
Is it breaking down now?
Yes, I can go and show you the bits where it's starting to fall to bits. Just had a big pothole fixed in the middle of it.
I still get up there every morning at 100 kilometres an hour. Jeez, that's right.
15 kilometres.
No,
Yeah, I just, hang on, we just raced through that, so, software customisation, can't get out of that. Asset purchases, hardware asset purchases, that's just general budget we spend every year. Aerial photography, what's that about?
We refly our district, like all the aerials we use when you're showing stuff. We refly that every 3 years to basically get a high resolution info, and we know how many warehouses have been built and all the people have changed structures. So
Do you not
useful for a whole lot of reasons.
GIS mapping.
Yes, it's useful.
That's
for a
actually
lot of
taken
stuff.
from aerial photograph.
Yes, yeah, we fly the district and they do really good.
It's
So you
not from
can't-
satellite.
No,
Stealing that from Google Earth.
it's not good enough. Satellite stuff's not good enough.
Is that right?
So can't do it with,
Does it,
with,
with every 3
Right,
years? So hang on,
Yeah.
Centre and library audio visual equipment and installation. 70 grand, do we need it? The one below that, you know, that's the question, do you actually need it? Hall hire booking system, do you need it?
Well, we'd have to check with IT, so we can bring you back information about those tomorrow.
Well, hiring the what, for Kaka Point Hall, you don't need a booking system?
We'll highlight those ones for,
We
and get you more
own the hall
information.
down the road, so I'd remove that, remove the audio visual.
no, we'll get the, just on it tomorrow morning, first thing, Jules, is that, so we just pick straight into it? So the questions Dane's asking is on internal services, some of those details and the staff aren't here, so we'll get that when he's here. I've seen it going, but I've got to go to Ellie and then you, but I've got to wait for Dane. We're heading for the finish line, team, so what are your thoughts, Ludi?
I was actually questioning the online facility and hall hire booking system. That was the one.
So he's gonna bring it
That
back
is
and we'll-
coming back.
Yeah, so we're coming back tomorrow.
so your aerial photography, that can't be done with a drone?
Not for the district, not for the whole district.
That's fine.
Could be, but it's probably gonna cost 5 times.
Right.
Righto, so that we're now properly onto the, so can we have it from internal, from the Rosebank, reselling Rosebank office car park, which I'm still not sure where we are with it, but everything above it, everyone's happy with?
Yeah.
We're coming back tomorrow, so where are we with the selling car park out here?
Does it just that top piece?
This
No,
bus,
the bottom of the existing car park.
This little bit here?
That's already sealed.
Yep, so it's starting to crack.
Just a carrot.
And once you, I mean, just that bit won't be 50K. Put it back to group, it's a budget allowance. But yeah, it's starting to fade out. Once
Righto, guys, and we're just tied in for 5 minutes, we are gonna get there, so, Bruce.
we reseal our roads every 15 years or so, just to maintain them, so I think it makes sense to keep that there and do it. We don't want it to crack up and end up looking like out the back there, so.
Yeah, you could push it out a year or whatever.
Yes, please.
But the maintenance costs will go up, we'll have more products.
I think
So let's get the impasse here. Who wants to see it stay the way it is? Put your hand up.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh, on the budget.
1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3.
Let's start.
Sorry, Steve, you didn't explain it that way.
That's it. We're under the blue stuff, Jules, we're definitely.
Stay where it is. So the blue changes, as you see, are budget adjustments projects approved at rural water scheme meetings. So these are consequential changes that have come from the rural water scheme.
So the guys have made their changes, they're spending their money.
On the Mara Flat one, Jules, I think Ian was going to see if the old tanks could be used, which was substantially drop there.
Yep. Well, we won't spend it unless we need to.
No, it's not a target.
I'd just be worried they'll break when they try to move it.
So just to show of hands that we're happy with that for the water schemes, they've made their decision. Now I've got to go.
We talked about it that night.
The whole
Whereabouts?
they've got to be moved.
Hold on, guys, sit down, we have not finished. I thought we had to.
No.
So we've still got to do number 4 and number 5, which I am hoping isn't category. The problem is Sharon takes hours to get the figures for us. She won't have time to do it tomorrow, she's got to do it tonight. So all the time tomorrow when we're trying to push it along, we'll remember to push it along or we'll be in a worse position tomorrow. So, council confirms from those specific capital projects of the, that's what we've just done.
Just done it.
So we need to move it. So number 4, going back there, we're just going to resolve it. Move John, seconded. Dane, all those in favour?
Aye.
Those against. Then the number 5. Changing the budget too, so that's going to get all added up. So I'm gonna know.
It would just be council notes the amended changes to the capital work program.
Okay, I
The
like the sound.
23, 24, 34 capital.
Move Dane, seconded. Dean, all those in favour? Yeah, with Jules's words. All those in favour?
Aye.
Those against. Dane and Dean. Now, do I have to do that resolution for something about to amend, to come back to do that?
Oh, you should suspend the meeting.
Okay, I'll just say the meeting's suspended. Thank you.